Hello, hello, everyone. Welcome back to the online fellowship. Before we actually get started, just want to touch on something real quickly. Um, we know that there are several things taking place around the organization. We know that there are several things currently going on, um, and we know that, well, quite frankly, it seems that Mr. Cunningham and those working with him are doing whatever they can do in order to keep the members of the organization going forward, inching 1 inch at a time, just going ahead, further and further and further ahead. We know that they've been watching the videos. We know that they're paying attention to everything that we do. But we're focused more and more on what it is that we've been doing in order to bring certain things to the members' attention. Currently, as we speak, there's a kickoff for the convocation season of this year in Baltimore, Maryland. And even though we had shared quite a bit last week pertaining to the laws of the land and how these things that we have been doing affect those laws, surprisingly enough, it seemed as if the general councilmen and the pastors and chairmen really got busy to push whatever members they could to make their way to Baltimore, which, to no avail, um, they actually did get a few buses. I'm not so sure how many as of yet. And I understand that there was some sort of a parade. Anyway, we're going to be talking about more of that later. However, in the meantime, we do have a special guest today that we've been wanting to talk to for quite some time to actually hear more of their amazing testimonies and their stories. It so happens that they are a descendant, a child of, um, by relation, of course, the founder, Mr. Grace. Listening to several of the other videos that's been put together and assembled by Golden Boy Miss Mintz, you would have heard by now quite a few stories and quite a few details of quite a few individuals that had quite a few experiences when it comes to the founder of our organization, as well as individuals that traveled with him or participated in things with him or extended from others that later became leaders of or around the organization. That said, we want you to just sit back and enjoy listening to whatever it is that our guest today would like to share. I have a few questions that I will be asking, but the hope is that we can just sit back and listen as well as learn from their experiences as they uh, share with us whatever it is that they would like to share with us. So, with that in mind, let me go ahead and say hello so that they can say hello to you all and we can get started here. Um, Once again, hello and good evening to you.
Hello and good evening, Joseph.
Mhm. It's indeed a pleasure having you with us. And as always, I want to say thank you for making yourself available for this conversation, especially this conversation, but also sharing with me, and today it'll be us, some of the things that we'll be hearing. So thank you for your time. With that in mind, is there anything you want to actually say to introduce yourself in regards to any experiences or revolving around the house of prayer, or even if you start with what you're doing today pertaining to the house of prayer at all?
Well, yes. Good evening, everyone. My name is Madonna, and it's a pleasure to be here. I've talked to Joseph early on, and it was a pleasure meeting him. When I initially talked to Joseph, I had gotten verification through an ancestry DNA test that I took in 2017, and I got the results in 2022. And when I got the results, I had actually received a phone call, well, actually a message through Ancestry from a cousin of someone that was related to me that I didn't know about. And during that same time that I received the message was also during the year that I found out that I had breast cancer. So it all just merged in together. And I actually went to meet my sister. She and I, as her cousin stated, shared the same, our mothers shared the same story, and we have similar histories. Well, at the time, I didn't know who they were talking about. It was actually Daddy Grace, the founder. I'll say this, as a young girl, seeing Grace and seeing his family in the house of prayer, like I was born into the house of prayer. I put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
My mother was a maid. And according to information that I've received from her friends, because she was never able to talk about any of this, she was one of the maids that traveled with him on the Southern Circuit. When my mother became a part of the United House of Prayer, she was 9 years old. She came to live with her father and stepmother, who the stepmother was a devout member. And so much as so, Grace used to come and have dinner at her house. So by the time my mother was 14 years old, she was pregnant with me. She was never able to tell me her story. I remember early on in Charlotte, North Carolina, because that's where I'm from. I now reside in Washington, D.C. I never met my mother. I met my mother when I was 18 years old. And the one thing I remember about Grace is this. Outside of seeing him coming down the aisles and, you know, they would roll out the red carpet and folk would put their garments down on the floor for him to walk on to receive a blessing. It was a lot. I do recall it being in the parades and riding on the floats with him. Didn't know at the time that we were even related. Before Grace passed in January, that August, he had one of his maids who lived in the house next door to the House of Prayer on McDowell Street. I remember the House of Prayer on Long Street. You know, I remember it because it was always, the floor was always wet. It didn't have a floor. It was always like sawdust and mud. And so, and I do remember when they opened the first House of Prayer in Charlotte, I was at the opening. I remember these things. It was so many people there, right? And so this Sunday service had ended, and one of the maids, came and said to my grandmother that Grace wanted to see me. Well, I didn't know anything about any of that. So I remember we had a house of prayer seamstress. Her name was Miss Lily. Miss Lily made me a beautiful dress. And the next time Grace was in town, I went on the mountain to see him or speak to him. Never been on the mountain. My grandmother would never allow me to participate in anything in the house of prayer that my great aunt wasn't a part of. Didn't understand that either. But later on in life, I understood that was for protection.
Mm-hmm.
I would see my friends being maids and standing in the aisles and some standing on the mountains fanning. I wanted to do that. Absolutely not, she said. So I didn't get to do that. And I do remember sitting on his lap. I can't remember all of the conversation that we had, but I remember him asking me my name.
This was your grandmother that would not allow you to be a maid?
That was my great-grandmother.
Great-grandmother.
And matter of fact, my great-grandmother. And how she became my great-grandmother, well, by the time my mother was 16, she was pregnant again. And so my grandfather had her to get married. So what the HOP did was asked around who was the boy that she liked. And so she liked this particular boy. And so he became the scapegoat. He became my father. But I didn't know that at the time. And so that's what happened. And so according to my mother, they lived together and he was abusive. And one day she came home and he was a womanizer. She came home with me and he had taken all of the furniture out the house. And he moved out with her having no real place to go. So I'm assuming that she went back to her father. And they went to court. They had a court date to get the marriage, to do a divorce.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody showed up for her. Her family wasn't there. And so the court awarded him custody. And that's how we went, my brother and I, went to stay in the James household.
And her second pregnancy, that was by him as well?
Not to my knowledge. According to my mother, it was his biological father was different than mine. She did tell me that when my brother was made, that I was in the bed with them and he was conceived.
Right. And you said that for the first time, your grandmother told you that he wanted to meet you and made you a dress. When you went out to meet him, you said that you had sat on his lap. You were 18?
No, I was 5.
Oh, 5.
I was 5 when I met Grace. And that following year, he died. I saw him in August. January, he was deceased. So I didn't see him again, never formulated a relationship with him. And after that, I was a young girl on the floats with him, a child actually. So now I was relegated to marching in the streets. The funny thing about all of this is, Joseph, after Grace died, I was pretty much ostracized. And the other thing to me that was so hurtful, once I found out the DNA test was positive that he was 99.8% my biological, I called one of my friends in Charlotte. And I said, I'm not going to call any names, but I said to her, I just got DNA test, and it said that Grace was my biological. She said, Madonna, everybody knew that. That crushed me. Everybody knew but me, my whole life.
How old were you when you found that out, when you had that conversation with your friend?
I was 60-something.
Oh,
I'm now
wow.
71. So that was in 2022. And I thank you. I want to thank you, Joseph, for the work that you, your wife, and now your committee is doing, because as a member of the House of Prayer, I would sit in service and say, Lord, we're going to hell. Can you please send somebody to help us? Because during my lifetime, I was in and out of the HOP. I was always in search of the truth because I didn't think it was the truth. One of the things my great-grandmother did with me early on was we would have devotionals. I was in elementary school, and I loved going to the House of Prayer. When I couldn't go, I would really get upset. So during the summer months, I could go every day with her. But in going, I always had to sit in a specific seat so she can see me. I wasn't allowed to go outside. And if I went outside, she came to find me. Now, looking back on all of that and putting it in perspective today, I now get why she was so protective, because of all the stuff. I'm not going to say stuff, because of all the rapes, the molestations, the sexual assaults that was occurring not just in, but outside of the House of Prayer. And I'm going to talk about my mother. My mother was so devastated in her whole life. She became an alcoholic. When she left Charlotte at her age 16, she went to New York. Recently, I was talking to one of my aunts who lived in New York, and we were talking about her, and she recalled a conversation that their aunt had with her early on, saying that, your sister is pregnant, and she's 14 years old. That devastated the whole family. But in Charlotte, over here, down here in Charlotte, the woman that, my mother's stepmother, she wasn't so nice. And she wasn't so nice to my mother. The parts that my mother could share with me was she never said yay or nay to confirm that he was my biological.
Right.
What she would say was, Madonna, they tried to abort you. They tried to give me pills, but it didn't work. But it didn't work.
This is something that I'm sorry, go ahead.
She was so devastated. Like when I met her, I said to y'all, you guys, I met her at 18. She was a real serious alcoholic. She just cried. It wasn't anything she could say. Because number one, they took her baby. She never saw the child again until, I'm an adult now. It was a lot for her. And when I tried to, I'm 19 now. I got a driver's license. Now she's moved back to Charlotte. And so I can now go to Charlotte and see her. But she was not a willing participant, because when she saw me, she saw him.
Yeah.
And she would be so irate. She would be so irate. And on one occasion, she told me I stole her life. But it wasn't me. It was him. And the way that she confirmed that he was my biological, I was in Charlotte one Thanksgiving. Now I'm probably, 30, 35, 40, maybe 50. And I had gone down for Thanksgiving, but my brother snatched me, took me away, and we went to his friend's house and came back late. And she was laying across the bed, and I walked in her room, and she jumped up out that bed, Joseph, and looked at me and said, his eyes used to do that. Are you mad at me?
Oh, wow.
No, Ma. I never had any ill feeling towards her at all, because in my spirit, it's like something happened. What happened to her? I don't know, but something had to happen. So she went her adult life not being able to bond with her only daughter, But I do recall being in elementary school. I went to Myers Street Elementary School. And one day a lady called there, and the office called me to answer the phone, but I didn't know who she was. When my great grandmother used to bring me and my brother to DC to visit with my father, who I thought was my dad. And we would get on the bus. I was 11 then. She had a stroke. She would drop us off in DC and go visit her other children. My dad had to go. She ended up in New York. My dad had to go pick her up, bring her home. When she came home, she had 2 strokes back to back. It left her incapacitated. She couldn't move. She couldn't talk. Mind you, I used to sleep in a bed with her. So now they bring her home. I have to get out of her bed. I have to get in the car, and nobody is talking to me. I can see that she can't do anything for herself, right?
Mm.
And during this time, the city was buying up Brooklyn. And so we had to move. And moving, I was in 6th grade. We moved to an all-white community. It was 3 Black families. We lived it was 3 houses in a row. So my grandmother, who really couldn't take care of her mother because she was working. So my aunt had to do everything for my great grandmother in terms of taking care of her, making sure she ate, cleaning her and all of this. And I'm a kid, I'm watching, but I don't know what's going on.
But your aunt was full grown at this time, as far
my
as...
My aunt was, she was full grown. Okay. She was full grown. I was now 12.
Okay.
When we moved, I was 12. And we moved to the Wesley Heights community. And so my grandmother allowed me to finish out my elementary school. I was in 6th grade. So she let me take the bus back and forth. So one day I come out, and there's a cross that's burnt on the lawn. Devastated. And I'm going to go back to our early days in Brooklyn. Like, we came outside, right? And it was a hanging. Someone had got hung from a tree in the property next door to us. So some more trauma. When I talk now about my trauma, I started a group, a trauma support group, back in 2022, 23. 22, after coming back. Okay, so I'm fast forward. I'm back in adulthood, and I'm now at Marshall Heights. Like I said, I was always in and out of the house of prayer. One day at 19, I joined the youth choir over at God's White House. And I remember sitting in the back. We were getting ready to go fellowship over Anacostia. And I raised my hand and I said to the choir director, why don't we fellowship outside of the house of prayer? Mm-hmm. And so they said, no, that's not something we do. That day, I asked God to take me out of this house and show me what's out there. What is it about other churches that they don't want to fellowship with? And I learned a lot. I discovered the Bible. I went to Bible studies. That's when I really became a born-again believer, really filled. Because, they do that thing in the house of prayer. You get down in the shavings and you call on, Mm-hmm. And you think you got something going on. But God will give you the desires of your heart. You trust him, have faith, and believe, and he will set you on the right path. And I'm thankful for that. I'm thankful for having the opportunity to share, to talk with you, and to get it out. Like in 2022, when I came back from cancer, I was at Marshall Heights. I came and I sat in the back of the church. My daughter came in. She was so excited because she saw me there. Oh, my mom is here, da, 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 da. I didn't come there to say anything. I did not. But God had been showing me in dreams that I was going to go to the house of prayer and that I was going to share who I was with them. I was like, what? What? And it was a repeat dream. And then when it happened, when she introduced me saying, okay, my mom's here. Okay, now I felt obligated to get up and talk. And the first thing I did, Joseph, I was looking around for Grace's picture. Usually they have it on the left-hand side, but his was on the right-hand side. And so I had to turn around and I pointed. I said, God said I was going to get up and tell you that that's my biological father. And I told them that my mother was never able to have a relationship with me. That's something I had always yearned for, to have a mother-daughter relationship, but she did the best she could. She couldn't.
When you said that you were taken, do you have details about that entire situation? Was that something I've heard others have gone through that experience as well? But do you know exactly how that unfolded?
How I got here was, like I said, my great grandmother was still suffering. When we moved to the new neighborhood, she had now some mobility with a walker, but she still couldn't talk. Right. And so my grandmother told my dad, who raised me, that he needed to come and get us. Unbeknownst to me, I didn't know anything about that. In between time, my grandfather, my mother's father, said that it was time for me to meet my mother's mother. I never met anybody on my mother's side. I didn't know anything other than the household that I lived in. And in the household that my brother and I grew up in, I was always the oddball. I was always treated kind of differently outside of being with my great-grandmother. Mm. So I go to Gastonia because that's where they're from. And I meet her. And then I come back home. But something happened, and my grandmother and I really got into this whole thing. And because it was always about my brother. It was always pitting. He was a boy. He was the better person, or whatever the case may be. He can't do this. He could do no wrong. Because he was a devout house of prayer little boy. Mm-hmm. He got to travel with the band. He got to do this and that. He was on the scouts. Everything. And so I just was upset. Somehow, Joseph, I hitchhiked to Gastonia, made it there safely, got to my grandmother's house. She welcomed me in from Charlotte. Okay. From Charlotte. The next day, the police came with the dad and took me out of the household. Now I'm in D.C. I'm in a place where I don't really know anybody. Don't really know him. He has a wife and 2 kids. No, a wife and 3 kids at the time. The youngest was a baby, an infant. So now I become a babysitter. I don't get to go to the house of prayer anymore. I'm exposed to a whole lifestyle that I knew nothing about. So this was my first year in junior high school. And he found a neighbor to walk me to school. And then I started walking to school with some of the kids from the neighborhood. So I was always different. I dressed like a little girl because I was small and I was still, a little girl.
Mm-hmm.
But these children they had so many different experiences. They were doing all kinds of things. And one of them set me up. They said, "Oh, I want you to go over here because son and such want to meet you," and da da da. I ended up going across the street from the school and was raped. I lost my virginity at 12, coming to a new environment. Don't know nobody. Don't have no support. And the guy held me. He was 21. He held me in that house until the school bell rang. When the school bell rang, I comes out. The kids who knew what was up was laughing, and I'm walking, with blood, water, semen running down my legs. I get in the house. I don't even know how I cleaned myself up. The trauma was too much. But I do recall, I went in the cabinet, got some pills. I didn't know they were aspirin. I took a handful of those and tried to commit suicide. And when I woke up, I was so devastated because now I'm back in this same environment. The wife didn't want me there. She treated me like she didn't want me there. I was ostracized. I was abandoned.
And there was no family members anywhere?
No, none. No family except for my uncle, who's now Royal Guard. But he wasn't there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So watching me go through all of this. And so being there, when it came to close to being Mother's Day, the dad wanted me to go buy this woman a card. He gave me the money. I go buy this card. I meet some guy from the neighborhood, which later on was my savior. I come back late. She calls him. He was a Safeway driver. He drove a tractor trailer for the Safeway. I come home, Joseph, he beat me severely. I was so thin. He was punching me, throwing me against the wall, And she just stood there and watched.
And how old are
When he finished, I was 12. I'm still 12. This was my second ordeal, being 12, being in this household with these people. So I had to go to school. The kids say, "What happened to you?" I was black and blue. The teachers didn't say anything. So the children followed me home and called him out. That was not a good thing because he made me go find these kids. He found their parents, where they lived, and we went round to each one of their houses, and he threatened them if they came near me again, what he would do to them. This was my from 12 to 18, this was my life. Being threatened by him, being beaten by him. There was a woman in the neighborhood, her daughter. When she would see me from all the conditions I would be in, she would try to help me. She would bring me to her house, but she said, "Madonna, I can't keep you here because, he's going to be upset and it won't be pretty."
Now, back then at that time, a lot of people won't understand how this is actually possible. But back then at that time, you didn't have agencies and advocacy groups that were anywhere in the area for you to go to or individuals that you could run to, correct?
Correct. We didn't have that. Women didn't even have rights. I watched him beat his wife to a pulp.
And
He was
this,
an alcoholic too. And I used to say this, okay, so when you see me, you see sister, you see Grace, you see them because they set you up. You became the fall guy, and you were angry about that. Now later on in life, I did ask him.
and
I did ask him.
and when you say them, you're talking about those around leadership.
The hierarchy in the United House of
Right,
Prayer.
right,
That's who I'm talking about.
right. And
I'm
this
talking
was,
about them. I'm talking about, but I didn't know at the time about the council and the decision makers and all of this and Lady D and the bishop and all of this. But see, back then, he was still alive. So he made that decision.
and I understand that this was the norm for the girls that would end up impregnated. They would either have to go through an abortion, or they would be sent away out of state, or um, they would be given to someone to either marry or or raise as if the child was theirs. One of those three. There was a few issues that I heard about where people went away and they weren't seen again. But we're talking about around what decade? The 50s, the 40s?
Yes,
Yeah.
50s, because I was born in 1954.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I have two birth years. I had 54 and 55. When I applied for Social Security, they said, you have two birth years, 55 and 54. Oh, okay. So I'll just take 54 because that's what I know. Now, I do know that, in elementary school, it was a problem in them trying to get me into school. I don't even know, the birth certificate was an issue. The birth date was an issue too, because I was born December the 30th. My brother was born December the 13th. So 9 months later, after she had me, she had him.
9 months later.
Yeah, but the way the birth certificate shows up, it's like, no, we're a year apart, right? They gave me December 30, 1954. They gave him December 13, 1955.
So, understanding that this was all a part of the cover up, would you say that she was also perhaps went through the same thing, the same ordeal with somebody else that might have been around the hierarchy of the House of Prayer, or just someone that was unknown? It would seem to me if she was a maid and she went through that with the founder, that it's very likely that it would have been someone else either in those circles.
Yes, I don't hear you, but yes, I recall telling you about the stepmother. The
Mm-hmm.
stepmother was a part of the hierarchy back in the time.
Mm.
Yeah.
And that explains why you would have to deal with beatings while there's nothing that she did about it.
Well, see, the step grandmother is now in Charlotte. So they don't have, once I leave DC, once I left Charlotte, nobody in Charlotte had anything else to do with me. I would see them come. I can't hear you, Joseph.
No, I'm listening.
They would come to, when McCullough became the bishop, they would travel to DC. I know these people. I'm a little girl. I see you. I know you know me, but you won't engage with me. You won't speak to me. And the person that I'm speaking of now was the secretary emeritus in the mother house. Mm. You know me, but now you don't know me. And her husband just used to wave at me. Like my relatives from Charlotte that used to come here would do the same thing. My uncle would do the same thing. He would see me, but he would just wave, not really engage. Nobody checked
Oh,
on my well-being at all.
well, that's because you were the secret that they
Yes,
needed to keep secret,
yes, I was the
right?
secret. I was the secret, and I was the secret. But there were um, women in DC, older women in DC, who knew the story. I can't hear you.
No, I'm listening. Uh-huh.
Okay, so they knew me. They knew me, but like, and nobody would actually really, Joseph, really talk to me. I would come to the hop and be in there by myself, basically, because the dad, he didn't go that often. And so when I learned how to get over there by myself, I really would be ostracized. I'll never forget when I was 19 now, and I'm seeking, I'm trying to get the Holy Ghost,
Right.
right? And when I came through, and I'm speaking in tongues, and somebody said, "Well, who is she?" Don't nobody know who I am. Well, who is she with? I was by myself. And the people who did know who I was, like, they've all passed on now,
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't speak up, wouldn't say anything. But the funny thing is, I was dating this guy, and he used to go to the cafeteria um, on M Street, but on the backside,
Oh,
the old cafeteria.
Paul's kitchen.
Paul, yeah, Paul knew who I was because
Right.
Paul used to run with one of my uncles. But they pretended that they didn't know me. So he said, I went to lunch with him one day, and he came back the next day and told me, he said, one of the ladies said, "You Daddy Grace's daughter." I'm like, "What?" Now, I don't know this for sure. I'm like, "Oh, okay." I didn't think much of it, really. It's like, okay, so, well, you hear rumors, but you don't pay them any. I didn't pay them any attention. I just knew people wouldn't talk to me.
Right.
Even when I had gone to 7th Street, I went to Endicott Street, I went to 8th Street, and nobody would engage with me. Mm-mm. So I wasn't on any clubs or anything like that. Like I said, I did a brief moment with the youth choir. But once I got married and had a daughter, I didn't feel like I was a youth anymore. So I just stopped singing on the choir. It was just it has always been very awkward for me being in HOP. Because you know me, but you won't acknowledge me. And that was cool. And so when I did get up and testify and tell Marshall Heights who I was, let me tell you, the Sunday I went back from camp and cancer, oh, everybody embraced me. Oh my God, I'm so glad to see you, da 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 da. So I get up, I testify. I didn't come back the next Sunday, but the following Sunday I came back, I was shunned.
And how old were you at this time?
I'm telling you, I was an adult.
Okay.
I was in my 60s now. Now I'm in my 60s. So that took me for a loop. The pastor took me off the email list. I created the list. So I don't get no more communications about what's going on in Marshall Heights because I stood up and told my truth.
Wow.
Then he stopped speaking to me.
Wow.
I would see him, he wouldn't even speak.
They, unfortunately, they know, he knows just as well as all these other pastors know what's coming. The members don't know that these pastors, they've been meeting and having meetings with Mr. Cunningham and all these various councilmen, and they meet so that they can coordinate what they're going to tell the members and what they need to do to continue pushing the people and keeping information from them. So we know that's going on. We just haven't been letting people know so that they can keep running around in the dark and having their meetings. But nothing they do is going to stop anything that's coming anyway. Unfortunately for Mr. Delaney, he was in a situation where Mr. Cunningham was actually aiming for him, and Mr. Delaney knew he was going to be removed from pastoring. So there was one Sunday when he gave his speech to the members and told
Mm-hmm.
them, I'm going to give it all I got, and this may be my very last Sunday. Um, so the members actually saw him conform to Mr. Cunningham. There was a time,
Yes.
yeah. And so
Yes, because
now, go
mm,
ahead.
go ahead. He came in with this whole big, to do, right? Like he wasn't a part of the status quo. Like he did, we doing community stuff and we did those things. But when Cunningham became the bishop, this man did a 365.
Yeah.
And before Cunningham became the bishop, I would see him. I was married to one of the members. We're now divorced. And he knew my husband, my
Okay.
ex-husband, rather. And we would be together. And he was like, oh, hey, Snow, how you doing? Da, da, da. Never, ever said one word to me. Wouldn't speak, never spoke at all.
Mm-mm.
I'm gonna tell you another story. The first time I went to Newport News, like I'm an adult, I'm an adult, and I'd never been there before. My uncle lived in Newport News, so first time I went to Convocation Newport News, Swanger was still alive, right?
Okay.
So I walk in, and I'm telling you, Joseph, I got the most eeriest feeling that it just the whole front row, of them, just start staring at me.
The council?
Yes. I walk out the door. I go outside, and Swanger follows me out the door. And I just turned around and I looked. My brother was standing in the courtyard, and he just laughed. He thought everything about that was funny.
Mm-mm.
Like he knew, and I didn't know. One of my stepsisters, she knew, and I didn't know. So when I told her about my identity through the ancestry, she said to me, oh, I already knew that. I heard a conversation when we were younger in Charlotte.
Mm.
And just brushed it off like it was nothing.
Mm. Now, you have heard that there's many individuals around the organization as well as outside the organization that are also, unfortunately, children of the founder.
Yes.
And it's not news to you to
Mm-mm.
know that your mother is not, unfortunately, the only one that went through this ordeal.
It's not new to me, but the thing for her, because she had a conversation with me about that, like she thought that she was his only. And she thought that this man really loved her. And it crushed her. And she told me that. And it upset her.
So she actually was in a relationship as a
That's
child. Of
that.
course, that's how she's going to see it. But in other words, he didn't just abuse her once. This was an ongoing thing.
This was an ongoing thing, Joseph. This was an ongoing thing. And one of her friends, who she's still alive today, she said, Madonna, sister liked it because she thought that he loved her. Now, mind you, my mother was abused as a child. When her parents split and my grandmother moved back to Gastonia, she farmed her kids out. And that's how sister came to Charlotte by way of another marriage through my grandfather, who this woman, she's deceased now, was a devout member, like a devout member. I mean, she has so much memorabilia and pictures in her house with her and Daddy Grace, and it was like a museum. They really loved this man. This man could do no wrong. And they didn't see no wrong in what he was doing to the children. As a matter of fact, they felt like it was a privilege for these kids to be engaged with this man like that.
Mm-mm. And this is something that it didn't seem as if anyone did anything to try to stop or
No.
prohibit.
Mm-mm. No, nobody tried to stop that. It was a part of their ritual. I say it's a ritual because it is a cult.
Yeah.
It was part of their protocol. That's what they did. And the people those who knew accepted that. Like, there's a whole secret society in the House of Prayer. They operate on, okay, you have the members. The members, they don't really know anything. And then you have this whole echelon, this whole hierarchy, I call them.
Right.
And the thing, I'm going to say one more story. Like, when my stepdad got sick and he really couldn't talk anymore, and my stepsister dumped him off on me at my house, and I had to go to work, and he was dating this woman. She's deceased now. She's the devout member. I'm gonna just call names. Forget all that. Her name was Loretta Oliphant. She used to say to me, she said, Madonna, you should, because I stopped going. She said, you shouldn't stop going. You should come. She used to say, that's your heritage. But I didn't know what she was talking about because I'm still in denial myself. Oh, she said, that's your heritage. She said, now, when I called and told her what my stepsister had done, she said, well, call Porter Drive. I said, call Porter Drive? What am I calling Porter Drive for? I said, okay, I'm going to call Porter Drive. I called Porter Drive to speak to Madison. Dee answers the phone. And I identified myself. She said, oh, I know who you are. I'm saying to myself, how you know me? I've never met you. And I tell her what is going on. And she said, well, who has power of attorney? And I said, my sister does. She said, well, call your sister and tell them come to get him. And that's what I did. Another story with me and Lady D. My brother, when he was married to Gina, this was the first year that Bailey became the bishop. So, Gina travels with her. And she,
former wife of Ronald Belton.
Yep. That's my brother, Ronald Belton. Before I tell that, when I found out that Grace was my biological, I went to court and had my name changed to Miller because that was my mother's maiden name. So he was to go over on N Street because that's where she was, because it was around Memorial Day, to have dinner with them. But he putzed around because he was with me. And then he coerced me or convinced me to go with him. I'm like, boy, I'm not. So I go with him. I walked in the door. This woman looked at me like she saw a ghost. It was like, my brother laughed.
And who looked at you that way?
Miss Madison.
Oh, yeah.
Lady D. Yeah, she was like,
yeah.
He thought it was so funny. It wasn't funny to me. Yeah. I said, gosh, I wish I had a camera.
I've heard that from a few others. I may not have shared with you yet, but I've been in touch with some of the maids of Mr. Grace's era, who he did things to as well. And one of them did say that they came around and she saw them, and it was literally the exact same response. From your issue, however, being who you are versus this other person's issue being one of the girls that, they said that she ensured that they went through with the things that he wanted. They said that they referred to her as the madam.
My mother used to, when when she would see Gina, she would say, "You tell D, I said, give me a hat, give me this, give me that." And I was saying to myself, "Why is she asking?" I didn't know the relationship at the time. Like and my mother said this. She was the one who set things up.
Yeah.
Talking about the lady D. And I'm gonna go back a little further. When I was 15.
Now, for the viewers, though, so that they understand, when you say she's the one to set things up, you mean setting things up with the maids spending time with Mr. Grace, correct?
That's what I mean. Exactly. Right. Yes.
Right.
She was that. So my mother felt like she had an obligation to her for what she had gone through, and that she owed her something. That's how she felt. But I didn't know at the time when she was asking about these things that, oh, that's why you asking. So, I had to put two and two together. And then her friend helped me to sort out the rest about how this woman would recruit the little girls. But now I'm going to go back to when I was 15 because they tried to recruit me. Now, there was a man his name was Price, dark-skinned man. And my stepdad knew all of these people because now you're a part of the team.
Right.
So he said that he wanted to do an interview of me because now you want me to become one of them. Some of my friends from Charlotte, like Gail, I grew up with them. When they came here, Gail and Jackie, I'm like, oh my gosh, what are you guys doing here? And so now they're working for the HOP, but they're living on the premises because now they're whatever kind of maid they are.
That's right. So, I heard about this.
Yeah, so the spirit within me said, Madonna, this is what I want you to do. So I had a little boy that I liked. I told him, and he drove. I said, this is what I want. Can you do this for me? Can you come to 7th Street, because it was in the alley, and park in the alley, right? And so when the guy came, I was sitting on top of his car. And so when Blackhead brought, and I don't say who it is, that was my stepdad. When he brought the recruiter around, the recruiter saw me and said, oh, no, we can't use her because she's damaged goods. That's how I was saved from being one of them.
Right. And that which you didn't realize what was going on at that time under the next leader?
No, right. I didn't know I didn't know. But what I did know was this. One of the ladies that sang on the choir with me, she had gotten pregnant. I saw her in the audience and she had a baby that looked just like McCullough. I said, oh my God, oh. It wasn't nothing I could say. All she could do was wave.
And unfortunately, this also is an issue. Now, I need everybody to understand, and I've said this before on several different occasions, I'll say it again today. We know that there are family members of individuals that have done some outlandish things. This is not their fault. Family members, extended family, relatives, they can't help how they come into the world, who their family members are. So I want to continue to reiterate that the family members of individuals that have done these things or partook in these types of undertakings, they have nothing to do with the events that have transpired that we're aware of. If there are things that surface and come forward, we will investigate the truth and the validity of those matters before we bring any information out to share with individuals. However, we try as best we can to make sure that everybody understands that family members of individuals are not at fault for what those individuals actually did. So with that in mind, my hope is that we retain a degree of respect towards the family members of, and I especially say this pertaining to the McCullough family, because there's things that I now am aware of that, things took place to intentionally turn the members of the organization against family members of Mr. McCullough. And that was on purpose, because of certain information that the family knows that could also expose many things that was going on behind the backs of the members of the organization. Um, so this is entirely um, an issue, and it's unfortunate. But the thing is that uh, we want to make sure that we hold accountable individuals that were involved. Um, but at the same token, uh, remember that the individuals that went through these things, um, they're the ones who did it are the ones we want to hold. The ones who didn't are the ones who we want to uh, keep respectful of them. They're upset about these things as well. These things not only have upset them and angered them, but some of them were not even aware that these things are going on. So we want to keep all that in mind, especially going forward. Um, when you were talking earlier in regards to making your way to Marshall Heights and giving your testimony, was that
Uh-huh.
recently or was that a while ago? Was that several decades ago, or was that
No, that was in 22.
22? Okay.
That was in 22.
And was your testimony received at that time, or were you shunned immediately after you had given your testimony on that day?
I wasn't shunned at that time.
Okay.
It was afterwards. It was afterwards.
Okay.
It was afterwards. And prior to that, when I changed my last name, because I was a member and I was uh, doing several little jobs within UHOP, I gave them I gave a pastor and a secretary, and I was working on I was working on a club, and I gave the president a copy of the court order and my DNA. I gave them copies. Show that I had changed my name, and this is why I changed my name, because I gave them also a copy of the DNA test that I received from Ancestry.
Right. And that way people would know that you were being legit, not making anything up, not trying to cause a problem, not trying to be an issue.
Exactly. Exactly.
Now, how did it seem that you were received by others when you made your way back to Marshall Heights? What about others around the District of Columbia and perhaps other houses and other congregations?
I'll say this, like, the people who have over time I developed a relationship with, they were still okay with me. Actually, other than what the pastor did, nobody really had any ill to say to me if they did, because really I've never been really a part of. I mean, I attended, but I never really socialized, so that wasn't an issue for me. It was just what he did, because I was accustomed to like going in there and being with me. I would go in to go there for what I went there for, and what it was not to praise a man. It was to go there to worship God. Mm-hmm. That's what I went there for. And when I would get up and testify, during testimony service, and that's what I would testify about, the goodness of God. And I remember, just doing those revivals and over Marshall Heights, and they trying to get young people to come and be saved and get down and receive the Holy Spirit. I would actually tell these kids, it's not Daddy, it's the Holy Spirit. I've always been outspoken that way
Mm-hmm.
because that's the truth. And that's what we're to do.
Right.
If we're true believers of the Most High, then we represent Him. I don't represent whoever that is y'all represent.
Mm-hmm.
That's not my thing. That's never been my thing. And in 22, when I got the DNA test, I actually called Gina. I called her because I wanted to speak with Lady D myself. Now, I want to know who I am and all the situations and the circumstances that occurred around me. She said, Madonna, I said, well, did you know? She said, Madonna, I didn't know. She said, but she's not going to remember because she is in dementia. I'm like, okay. I left it alone.
Well, that's what they want people to believe, but
she don't look like if she's in dementia to me when I've seen her since then.
That's not anywhere near. Well, let me just put it this way. I've said before that it'll be easy for us to determine whether or not somebody is suffering from dementia. But we know that people are literally trying to bail because they know what's coming. And there's individuals who have spoken with Miss Madison who know for a fact that she's well within her right mind. But of course, people are going to begin to make all sorts of claims from Miss Bonnie wanting to retire to Mr. Thompson getting ready or already making his way out. This is why Mr. Murray is now the Assistant General Assembly Secretary. Um, again, we know that they're doing what they can to separate themselves or try to distance themselves from what's coming. Um, so Miss Gina, of course, is going to give you whatever she can, hoping that you'll not try to reach out to her anymore as far as Miss Madison. But there's a comment that Golden Boy just made. It says, we now know that in that what you were saying earlier pertaining to others, we know that includes Apostle White's mother as well. He said his auntie, Rose White, birthed a child from Mr. Grace before marrying her husband and having the kids that we know today. No word on where the baby went. And other than that, the baby was given to another House of Prayer family. And I know that this is accurate because others have actually said the same thing. And I'm in touch with one of the babies that were given away. She herself was a child of his, and he orchestrated the events where she would be given away. Very, very soon after her birth. Just literally, we're talking about a number of weeks. She knows the family she was raised with were not hers. And at a certain point in time, something happened. They passed. Long story short, things ended up even in the McCullough administration. He kind of took over things and made sure that certain things were done to continue keeping these things secret. So this is entirely a system of cover-ups by what you refer to as the hierarchy. And we know that there are several people that this includes. But based on what Golden Boy just shared, were you aware that there's not only others that were in your situation, but were you aware growing up that this was a common thing, that it was a system in regards to other little girls? And I think the youngest so far was 9 years old that I'm aware of that went through this as well. And we're in touch with one of them that actually was 9 when she was abused by him for the first time. Were you aware as you were growing up that these types of things were taking place, um, and had taken place along with other little girls, and that there was a community of children around you within the organization are also being hidden? Or did you even hear that there was others that went through a similar type situation that had been kind of tucked away neatly in the organization?
No, no, not at all, Joseph. Not at all. I before my step grandmother passed away, and this was in 2013. When my mother found out that she had a rare blood cancer, she told me that my mother had had 6 kids that they gave away.
Mm.
And I came back because my mother was insistent on me going over there to spend some time with her. Um, I never really liked being around her. I used to think she was a witch. So, and I came back and I told my mother. She said, "She told you that, Madonna?" I said, "Yes, she did." And so that Thursday night, it was during convocation, still on Bailey's first, I'm gonna say season. Um, he was in channel number 2. I tried to get her to go. She didn't even want to go to the house of prayer. I'm like, "Mom, come on, let's just go." And we get in there, and she's like, "Oh, well," she's trying to figure out, well, is that one of the kids? Now, she don't even know where her kids went.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
And
she didn't know where they ended up.
No, she didn't know where they ended up. She did not know. And she was in there trying to figure out, well, oh, was that one? Is that one? Is what? I'm like, I don't know. Does she look like us? I don't know. So she went through that, and shortly after that, she passed away. The other thing my mother shared with me, I just couldn't believe some of the stuff she was telling me. Because look, my heart is sold out for Jesus. Like,
Mm-hmm.
Mom, what are you talking about? She said,
Mm-hmm.
Madonna, let me just say this. When we traveled, they would do that whole room swapping. The girls would go from one room to one room to one room to one room with these council members.
Oh, the maids.
Yes, and she said, and each council member had a girlfriend in all the cities. I was like, and she pointed out one to me and she said, "Oh, that's Ricky's." I'm like, "Mama, come." I'm devastated now because I'm believing what I'm believing, and you're telling me how corrupt this is.
Mm-hmm.
And the first time, you sell on a yard, and my brother, he was at the time, he was still a part of that whole hierarchy system, and he was selling popcorn. He said, "Madonna, can you just close out for me?" Like, I don't know, I never sold nothing. I never participated in any of that stuff. None of that. Never wanted to be a part of it. At 12, I didn't want to be a part of it, but I had to. So I used so they come around like the mafia collecting money. I'm like, oh my goodness. Don't you ever ask me to do anything else like this. I would never, ever participate in nothing like this. Mm-mm. And that's how they do. They will come around and people be out there selling. Like, my mama used to sell cakes. Like, right. You spend your money to get all these products and you give your money to them, mm-hmm. for a number. No, I don't understand that. Mm-hmm. Not at all. Mm-mm.
Well, you heard.
And I tell you,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
And I'll say this, like, after my brother did the whole thing and he got kicked out, right? I was sitting in 7th Street. And I only did G class twice. I was sitting in there. It was the last day. And my spirit said, do $500. But they wasn't taking checks. I had to bring them cash. I brought them cash, right? Uh-huh. That November, my mother died in November. That November when she died, and Bailey said that we couldn't have her funeral in the house of prayer. I almost lost it. Like she done worked and worked and worked and worked after she got herself clean and so. And you said she can't be funeralized there or have her home going there because of some mess my brother got into. I was talking to Apostle Howard. I said, Apostle Howard. He said, well, I thought she left with your brother. No, she didn't. I had to explain to these people, everything happens for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
I brought her to that Thursday night service. She didn't want to go kicking and screaming, but I brought her. I had to explain to him that I brought her out to service. No, she wasn't with that. She was sick. Did y'all go check on her? She was sick. And that $500 that I gave was the reason why, because now you can see I done paid something. I'm doing something. Okay, so they allowed her funeral to be there, but they would not allow a band to play because of the odds with Bailey and my brother. And I didn't even know that. You know, I did have some friends who were supportive, and they were coming down to support, but this was the day before. And I was talking to Chris, and he said, Madonna, you ain't heard? I'm like, heard what, Chris? He said, the bands can't play at your mother's funeral. I was like, oh, it's all good. It's all good.
Mm-hmm.
It's all good because she had a good home going anyway.
Mm. They try as best they can to make sure that things stay covered up.
Yes, they do.
The problem is more and more is getting, I don't even want to say leaked out, because individuals are coming forward to simply share. Golden Boy actually added a few more details. He said Rosetta White is Apostle White's mother, the chairman of the state of North Carolina.
Yes, Apostle White. I was in Charlotte for James Guy. James Guy was an apostle too, and had given him a house in Florida. And he told me he and his wife, they were like my godparents, because I never really had parents. And so they were telling me the story about when they got to, I think they were in Jacksonville. They didn't have provisions. They had to sleep somewhere in infestation of one of them houses. They got no support at all. And everything they did was out of their own pocket.
Yeah.
Like she gave up her house to move to support her husband, and he got no support when he was there.
Right. Now, our members don't understand this.
They don't get it. Like you get up and they call for a pastor over here, or you want to become an elder or whatever. You on your own.
Yeah.
And when Apostle Fair came to Marshall Heights, he was only there for a minute. They set him up really bad. He shared a similar story. They don't help you.
Mm-mm. He was out in Portland before he went to Marshall Heights.
Yeah.
They'll send you all over this country.
All over with no provisions. You on your own.
Mm-hmm. Except those who's on the inside. So there's a handful of men that Mr. Cunningham bought a home for someone and had the home completely renovated, which was kind of odd because the gentleman who, the man who is the pastor, does not have any children. He's married, but Mr. Cunningham bought and completely renovated a home for them. But it literally has 9 bedrooms and 3 full bathrooms.
What?
Right.
What? And they don't get this either.
Well,
when our members are in need of, you cannot go to them for help. They will send you to Catholic charities. They will send you to other places to get help. Mm-hmm. But you have worked and toiled and given your last to this organization, and they won't even give you a meal. But we keep on. They keep on. I'm not even gonna say we, because I ain't doing none of that. They keep giving and giving, blindly giving for notoriety, for a number, for this or that, whatever the trinket
Mhm.
is.
Now, the law calls that being victimized, right? So all of the members of the organization does not realize that they're victims of psychological conditioning, of psychological manipulation, of spiritual, what you've heard Golden Boy and Miss Mintz talk about being spiritual abuse. And we
Yep.
all have been abused. We've all been psychologically conditioned at one point in time or another. You, however, did not go through that because at a young age, you were, it was horrible, the experiences that you suffered through your ordeal, but you were kept from the mental conditioning of believing
Yes.
in these men being a representation of the Most High. And as a result of that, they did it in order to um, have the people tricked and deceived into giving their everything. So there's all types of laws and psychological terminology regarding the members that's doing this and wrapped up in this behavior. But it's not just this organization, right? All other
Right.
organizations going through this as well that are following cult like practices. For that reason, um, the members will not be held personally accountable. If they were, right now, they would be facing a lot of a time for childhood neglect or child neglect, as well as um, the child exploitation that's taking place in here, um,
Mm-hmm.
the child trafficking, human trafficking that's taking place, as well as
Yes.
the child labor, right? But they're
Mm-hmm.
victims, so they literally get a pass. And we've been showing
Mhm.
black and white the laws pertaining to these things. Um, but the hierarchy, they know what they're doing, so there will be no pass for them. Um, Mr. Golden Boy, he also commented, says Rosetta White was 14. Her sister, Herman Greer's true mother, uh, birthed Herman, Mr. Grace's son, his uncle, which by blood is his cousin. Um,
Oh,
and as you said, it was a ritual. Um, we now can confidently say that these were a part of rituals and ceremonies that were being held because our members don't understand that we do have groups of individuals within the organization that's involved in things that the members of the organization have no knowledge of whatsoever.
have no knowledge. And I'm telling you, Joseph, excuse me, when I was married to this House of Prayer member,
Mm-hmm.
right, he shared some things with me. What? The orgies and the this and the that. And I was dumbfounded. I was dumbfounded. And it just put a whole nother nasty taste in my mouth about the things that they do. And when I was at 7th Street for a minute, I sang on the choir. It was initially just an anniversary choir, but it manifested into the choir that they have now.
Mm-hmm.
And it was around Christmas. I never did the whole Christmas tree lighting thing program going up. And it was this gay brother, and he was like in the front, and they pushed him in the front. And in my mind, I'm saying, okay, well, wait a minute. The bishop may not like that. I mean, that might be well, how wrong was I? My mouth flew
My.
open just to see the expression on his face. And you know what? I had to quit the choir. I just couldn't. I could not be a part of such deviousness. It's just
There are certain.
it's the whole. They have a whole group of this, a group of that, and and I
Yeah.
don't know if members really pay attention to what's actually going on around them. And the one of the things that really used to unnerve me was we be in service, and he'll whoever the bishop is at the time. I know Billy used to do this, and he used to say, for all of them that just start, and they just start speaking in tongue and go. I'd be standing there with my mouth open, like what? And I asked a sister that was standing around me. I said, "Do you see what is going on?" At a drop of a hat, they just do this, do this, do this, do this, do that. And nothing is spiritual about it. And then when when Cunningham became, I just checked out really, and so one of my good friend from Charlotte said, "Well, no, he's doing great things. He's different." It's that. I said, "Well, let me go out here and see for myself." It was Memorial Day weekend. I think it was his first. I I went to the service, and I think he was talking about the tsunami. And he waved his hand and waved his hand, and they just broke out in a shout and was speaking in tongues all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
I had to leave, and I had not been to a service since, except for I will go to a homegoing for a person that I know. My mouth flew open. Like what's changed? It's still the same.
Unfortunately, they don't have a choice. And if you think about this, it'll make a lot of sense for all the viewers. They don't have a choice but to link whoever the new incoming bishop is. They don't have a choice but to link everything that they are to the founder. And by linking themselves to the founder, that's what keeps the people believing in. So this is why they
That's a
constantly
good point.
go back to the founder, and then they build on the founder. Because if you liked McCullough, then you should like me. If you liked Madison, you should like me. If you liked Bailey, you should like me. They're constantly taking the affection that the members had to any of the leaders all the way back to the founder, because the founder solidifies everybody's belief, and all of the others use that belief and they built on it. And that's why they keep on going right back to that belief. Golden Boy, you were about to say something as well?
Yes. So I do want to take this opportunity to refresh your screen.
Yeah.
But before I do, I sent you a text just now, because and hello, Madam Caller, Mother Madonna, welcome to the channel. Um, I just wanted to say that what you're speaking on right now, we covered, but I just sent you the literature on it.
Okay.
But what it does is the side by side comparison to what we do in Christianity and then the roots of where it came from in African spirituality. And it does a side by side comparison. But we had just put it up on the screen and read through it so everyone, all the members could see why this is not biblical, but it is more of an African ancestral ritual um, that's being performed in the sanctuary, but the members are under the impression that this is Christian, when in fact it is not. Um, but yeah, I mean, it explains um, what it is when we're calling on Daddy, that we are it's a invocation of the African deity Baba, and it ties it to
Wow.
the ancestral lineage of Daddy Grace, and his African ancestral roots. And his name would not even attain any power until he had become deceased, and you could conjure his spirit
Mm.
via the mirrors in the front of the sanctuary using marine demonology. And so they can call on his name under his picture, and the repetition of that syllable will then bring his ancestral lineage to the aid of the people that are calling on him, which is also why he calls himself a mediator, is because in that African religion, there are many mediators, which is why he would be giving God a break and we wouldn't need Jesus.
And dealing with a type, or yeah, a type of medium is
Hmm.
what will make him a mediator, even though he's not the mediator.
Mediator, right.
That's a play on words because people don't understand. As a medium, he's still conjuring and invoking and evoking different devils, fallen angels, evil spirits, and that sort of thing. And that's what Golden Boy's talking about.
Yeah, and it's no different than the old demonic games that children of my generation used to do with Candyman or Bloody Mary or those things. That where they used to have us in the bathroom with the light off, chanting these demons' names. And then they would say, when you turn on the light, you'll see something in the mirror. The devil is a lie.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. And the truth ain't in him.
And who knew that
Absolutely.
all of these types of things is what it is that we've been dealing with within the organization? Um, Many people don't believe in um, spirituality. I'll use that term. Many people don't believe in spirits being present and being involved in things in our everyday occurrences around us. Um, but if you think about all the things that's been used in order to prove this person ain't nothing but the truth, that person ain't nothing but the truth. I remember the time when they did this. I remember somebody told me da 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 da. If you pay very close attention, we use a lot of people's testimonies of what they saw, what they witnessed. I saw him do this, I saw him do that. But we're not directing our attention fully to the scripture. The scripture says that many signs and wonders, right, would be performed and they would deceive many.
Many.
Coco Girl said familiar spirits, and that's exactly correct. Um, Bimebdeman says the United House of Prayers anemic to helping anyone that may be in need. Thank you, caller. May God continue to bless you. Um, and even with that, right? People really don't understand, even when we're talking about the subject of witchcraft.
Mm-hmm.
Witchcraft does not allow you to help people. The whole cornerstone of witchcraft is to take from as well as take advantage of people. So witchcraft is through the use of and dealing with serving, worshiping, and exalting the wicked one, and using any power other than the power of the Most High to get done things that you want to get done, which is why people turn to spell binding and spell casting and talk about cursing. And by cursing, I mean throwing curses on people. And the scripture talks about all these things: sorcery, wizardry, right? Um,
Right.
Well, witchcraft in and of itself, if you just look at the word and you get into the etymology,
mhm,
when you talk about a craft,
right.
when you become crafty in a thing and it is ungodly, that is witchcraft. You are using a craft to manipulate energies or atmospheres or outcomes, which is not the plan of God for us.
Hmm.
So
Absolutely. And this is why, I'm referring to it because how many of our people understand etymology? How many of our people don't even know what the word etymology means, right?
hmm
We're talking about the study of words
hmm
and the breakdown of words. How is it that educate becomes education and
hmm
educational? Um, and why is it even built on? those three syllables, educate.
Mm-hmm.
There's a history behind all of these words. Um,
Yes.
but most people, again, even when you talked about the repetitious act of saying that word over and over and over and over and over,
Mm-hmm.
um, for people to see things because they testified that they saw things, for people to
Mm-hmm.
feel things, for
Yes.
people to have, no control over the shaking of their body. Um,
Mm-hmm.
it's almost the same thing, for those of you who might be familiar with clubbing at night. You hear a
Mm-hmm.
song come on, and all of a sudden, snapping your finger, bobbing your head, tapping your foot, and it's automatic. It's not even you doing it, it's just automatic. And before you know it, you're swaying and you're hitting that, that dance. And my
Yes.
jam, my jam, my jam.
Mm-hmm.
But all of this is spirits at work, not being able to not get that drink or that shot or that hitting the pipe or whatever the case may be, not being able to um, do what we want and not being able to not do what we don't want. We're talking about spirits. So,
Mm-hmm.
unfortunately, the caller's mother um, was dealing with someone who's also dealing with utilizing spirits in order to gain power and influence and persuasion over other people. And this is how we got where we are today in this organization, by these men having influence and persuasion over so many people. But how did we get here? We got here because somebody intentionally did something. And in order to continue in these things, there are certain actions that are done in order to gain more power. And one of those actions is to take the innocence away from a child.
Yes.
And because that's an evil act within itself, the individual who's doing that act in the worship or the servitude of an evil entity, they are rewarded with more power of influence or persuasion. And this may not be believed by many, but this is something that is practiced. If you think about the groupies that follow, different musicians all over the place, how do you think you got people that's standing somewhere yelling and screaming at the top of their lungs just because they're seeing someone in front of them sing a song that they heard on the radio 1,000 times? That's not normal. This is
Mm-mm.
spiritual activity. And for this person to take these little girls and take their innocence from them, there is a spiritual act that's being done at that same moment. And to repeat this behavior over and over and over, it's a spiritual act. Um, so there's many things we can dive into even further, but unfortunately, this act has also been either continued by the following leaders or allowed by the following leaders. And when we're looking at this in our organization, we see that these things have not only been allowed, but they've been promoted. And this is why Mr. Cunningham has no choice but to not say anything about this latest debacle with a video that surfaced and
Oh
gone
my
around the organization,
goodness.
because he's promoted and he has allowed and he has
Mm-hmm.
done nothing whatsoever to halt, to stop, or prevent because of the things that he is involved in. Unfortunately, the members of the organization don't know this. So, therefore, many members don't believe it because, going back to that spiritual influence, many of us, myself included, over 40 years, were under the power of persuasion and not believing that these men could do anything wrong. Mr. McCullough, I actually have a letter where he actually wrote, for those who won't obey him, you put yourself in a situation to where you're inviting trouble into your home. He said, remember, my words will not return unto me void. And I say, wait, what? Well, now I get to understand that this is ludicrousy.
Yes.
For you to say your words don't return to you void, who gets to say that other than our Heavenly Father? Your words don't return to you void.
Sorry.
Those are His words. Oh, you're good. But that's the power of influence that we've had by following these men. We've been influenced and persuaded that there's nothing they can do wrong. There's nothing they can say wrong. And if they get caught doing wrong, we, the people, make up all kinds of excuses to justify their wrong. And after all these things that has been released and exposed pertaining to not only what the leaders of the organization have done, but also Mr. Cunningham, and we've been very gracious. I have not disclosed a lot of things that I could, because it's just that disturbing. And there's nothing that he can figure out, because when you've done so much to so many people, you can't, even if I were to talk about some of the people that he's been with that has been tucked away and hidden, if I bring one of them forward today, without talking about their name, he's not going to be able to figure out who it is, because there's been so many different instances in his past that he's covered up. But to tell a member that, they won't believe it. Why? Because we're under this power of influence and persuasion, which is attached to an evil entity, an evil spirit. When it comes to the word, our Father, He wants us to hear, obey, accept, or hear, accept, obey, and follow the truth. And the word says, the truth shall make you free. But if we're rejecting the truth, when the evidence is right in front of our eyes, then how can we not be under an evil spirit? How can we not be under a spell when those in front of us that we look up to are doing so much evil and wickedness right in front of us? We cannot truthfully claim to believe that these individuals represent the Most High.
Mm-mm.
It is quite frankly, an impossibility for us to say that these men represent the Most High. He is holy. He is the epitome of holy. Moses, in all that he did, he was not allowed to go to the promised land. Now we know that it's because he disobeyed one order. He's supposed to talk to the rock, and he hid it. He wasn't allowed to go. Now we know that he died, and we know the Father took him. But here's what we don't look at. How many people today who put themselves in a position of leadership, just like the Messiah said, not everyone that says, Lord, Lord, shall be saved. He said, many are going to come to me in that day saying, I've healed in your name. I've given sight to the blind. I've made the lame to walk. I've raised the dead. I've done all these things, which we don't see the man in the seat doing today. We don't see him doing any of these things today, but we're still under the power of persuasion. We see sickness and disease all around him, but we're still under the power of persuasion. People riddled with sickness and disease near him, right by him, in his company, but we're still under the power of persuasion. He said people are going to come and say in that day, I've done all these things. He said he's going to tell them in his name. He said he's going to tell them, depart from me, you worker of iniquity. I know you not. I never knew you. So when looking at this case of Moses, his body was lost. They couldn't recover it. The Israelites never recovered his body. Well, we know the Father took him, but the point of the matter is he was never recovered. He was never buried because the Israelites could not find his body. Now, looking at that in this scenario with what we're dealing with, these so-called leaders lying on the Father and the Son, doing all these things they say in his name. Yet, if Moses didn't make it to the promised land because of one thing that he didn't do right, even though we know he made it, we see him later on in the New Testament.
Mm-hmm.
But in these individuals, workers of iniquity, we know they're not going to make it if they don't convert, if they don't confess, if they don't repent. And then looking at Moses' body missing, well, that's another indication for us to consider, because the bodies of these individuals missing will mean not that they're missing from here, like Moses, but their bodies will be missing in the afterlife when it comes to eternal life, which only means they'll be found in damnation. They will be lost. All these individuals doing all these things and nobody standing up for what's right in the entire hierarchy. No one, including the man who called himself the door, the shepherd of the sheep. He's not standing up to defend or to advocate on behalf of the abused, those who are in need, those who are crying out for help. Even in your case, to come forward the way you did. Nothing has been done about your case. Nothing. What do you think when you think about this administration in comparison to the other administrations or even the first administration that your mother was under? Do you see any unique differences or do you see somewhat the same?
It appears to be the same. It's year after year, administration after administration after administration. The protocol or the foundation was set by him, and they followed it, and they still follow it.
And
so
when
no, nothing's. Mm-hmm.
And when you say the protocol, so that the viewers understand,
everything that Grace set up, from Sunday school to the products to this, that, it never changed. That may change the name because it's a new administration,
mm-hmm.
but it is still the same. Even with Sunday school, like I had to check myself out from that, because everything in Sunday school, they braced it and centered it around whoever the leader is.
Mm-hmm.
Everything. So God is not even in the place because you've taken him out and you replaced him with your leader. They don't even acknowledge Jesus. They acknowledge him for a moment, a short little hand clap. The book, they don't even go by the book. I'll never forget, I was in Sunday school over 7th Street, and it was a question on the floor, and I said to them, okay, well, I am going, because I had a different version. I said, I'm coming from a different version. Oh my goodness. Did I not get ridiculed? Yes, I did. No, we only do King James, and I have a set pattern for everything that they do, and they do not deviate from it.
When you say 7th Street, you mean Charlotte Mission?
Charlotte Mission, yes, I do.
Okay.
And he's not the person that scolded me. He's no longer here. And I love Sunday school. I have gone to Sunday school since I was a child. I grew up through Sunday school.
Oh wow. You probably knew our last guest on our platform then. We spoke about my aunt, um, Mrs. Mary Pinkney, and her son,
Oh,
I mean her husband, my Uncle Junior Pinkney. They went to Charlotte Mission.
yes, yes,
Hmm.
yes. I know who you're
Yeah.
talking about.
Yeah. So his wife is also the aunt of Apostle White, and thank goodness, one of the daughters that did not have to endure that type of pain and trauma from Daddy Grace.
Mm. Uh, I mean, all of this. I'm trying so very hard to not go into some of the extensive, um, explicit details that some of the maids told me that they endured. Um, there's a comment from Entrepreneur Carr. Um, this is so enlightening. I was a part of this organization from birth until age 24. When my father passed, is when my eyes truly came open to their hearts. Thank God for this, for deliverance from this. Um, and the lives of him and her. Um, says to contact brother or sister Lewis, please send an email. All information shared is kept confidential. Thank you. And you see the email there. Um, Ms. Marine says that Mr. Grace used children as sacrifices to gain more power from Satan. Now, many people won't understand that, but uh, Golden Boy and Anna, have y'all ever gone to tour the inside of Logan Circle?
No, sir, I have not. I've only seen pictures.
Okay. And what about you, Esmeralda? Have you ever toured the inside of Logan Circle?
No, I don't believe I have.
Mm.
Um, no, I haven't. Mm-mm.
It's interesting because inside you see heads, carvings, sculptures of little imps as well as demons.
Mm, wow.
And there's a lot of satanic symbology throughout the inside, the interior of Logan Circle. Now, you would think for somebody who is representing the Most High,
Hmm.
only the holy anointed manservant on earth, that they wouldn't be dwelling inside of a home that has a bunch of satanic symbols, literally carved into the wood or in the marbling or in the tiles. That's all
Yeah.
intent.
Mm.
And to actually have to pay all kinds of money for those types of customizations, it shows it's intentional. And if you're intentionally having a home decorated with satanic symbols and carvings of imps and demons and devils, um, what does that make you all think of when you hear this? That there's satanic symbols inside the home of the founder of our organization. Does that sit well with you all?
Absolutely not. No.
Does not. No, it doesn't. I had
Wow.
an experience younger. I'm not even going to go into it, but it refers back to what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And I shared that with you, offline.
Right.
And I could not, sometimes you see a thing and it's reality, but you don't want that to be reality.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Well, and it goes back to what you're saying, like actual sacrificing,
Right.
stumbling across a thing. Like some things I don't remember, but my brother will tell me, yeah, you remember we used to go to Grace House over here, over there? No, I don't. I think because I had so much trauma, probably PTSD, that I blocked a lot out.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
But when and I said that to you, Joseph, I'm like, you think that was a dream? No, I was actually hiding. I ended up in a place where I shouldn't have been.
Right. Right.
I shouldn't have been there. And the stuff is real. That's all I'm gonna say.
Mm-hmm.
And I am just so thankful. I am so thankful to the Most High for shielding me and protecting me. And for them to shun me, it was a good thing.
Yes.
It was a good thing because you didn't get a hold of me.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't. And basically, I checked out at 12. I used to barter with my grandmother, right? She said, no, you have. I said, well, if I come to Sunday school, well, can I go do this? And she would say yes. So that's how I got outside of the house of prayer. I had cousins who were Baptist members. So I used to go to their vacation Bible schools, and sometimes I would go to their church services. So I saw outside of the house of prayer at a young age, and that sustained me. It helped. The foundation that my great-grandmother built when I was in Charlotte coming up, it sustained me over the years. It helped me to come through all the ordeals that I had gone through, because I could reach back to seeing her reading the Bible, singing certain songs to me. That kept me. The Lord has been keeping me all my life.
Yes, ma'am.
I am so blessed and so thankful. But I have, this sadness in my heart for what my mother endured and all the other maids, because I had the privilege of speaking to one of them. And when she shared her story, I'm like you, Joseph, all I could do was weep.
Mm-hmm.
And you were 10. It's real. It happened. And people do not want, and I understand why you can't open your eyes, because you're blinded, because the veil is covered you. You're worshiping Satan. It's Satanism.
Yes, it is.
Mm-hmm.
Your mother, Joseph, referred me to a book. I read this book, and I can't recall the title, but it's about Satanism, and it goes deep into it and how it
set the
affected
captives free.
Yes, that book.
Oh yes, I've read it. Oh my
I was
goodness.
like, oh my gosh, this is real, and people don't understand that this is really happening in a lot of these churches, not just the HOP. You can
Lord have
even
mercy.
put up some of these broadcasts and see how they perform and see what they're doing. Even going back to Kenneth Copeland and all of those cats. I remember watching them and the way they would pimp the people.
Right.
For money.
Right.
It's so disturbing. But you have to want to come to the light. You have to want to seek the truth. Because God says, seek ye first.
The kingdom of heaven.
And he will, what?
It's righteousness.
But many of our members, they are so stuck in this tradition, they don't want their eyes to be open. And when you talk about it or talk truth to them, like you're offending them because you're talking against their savior.
Right.
Quote unquote.
Right.
It's a mess. But I just waited on the Lord. I waited because I knew he was going to send somebody. I would sit in the HOP and just pray. Sometimes I would just sit in the HOP, close my eyes, and ask God to to bring somebody to reveal the truth, because this is not real. This is not, no. And these people, they work and they slave and they give their all, and they don't really have much for themselves because they've given it all away. And on that note,
But isn't that the cornerstone of witchcraft?
yes,
Right? The
that's
wicked
what they
one
do.
using and abusing and taking everything from you, which boils down to the blessings coming from our Father in heaven to take and squander from people and leave them destitute and put them in a position where they're now blaming the Creator for their problems.
Yes.
Right? And how many times members of the House of Prayer ended up in ordeals?
Oh my goodness.
Right?
How many? How many? To the point where you're getting set out. Your property is on the ground, and you live in the property. You
Mm-hmm.
live, and they won't help you.
All the money that members pour into the organization and give their time and their energy and their effort working in the kitchens, working on different programs, working in different displays, working in uh, cleanup crews and committees for the various events, the travel, the everything that they do, where the leaders say your your compensation is your reward from on high. I'm only going to give you something small to show you that I appreciate you. But it's all a lie. Every last bit of it is a lie. And we've been showing that, quite frankly, we're dealing with, thank you, Mr. Golden Boy, put the cover up of the book that we were talking about earlier. Um, but quite frankly, we're talking about individuals that have used these different techniques, because that's what they are, to get people to
Mm-hmm.
believe in them so blindly that
Mm-hmm.
they do
Yes. Thank
everything
you.
they say without a thought. Um, with that in mind, again, this is what we're talking about: witchcraft. For those individuals who know what a pentagram is, were you aware, Ms. Madonna, that there's pentagrams throughout the House of Prayer?
You can see them. They don't hide it.
Right. People, this is a satanic seal. This is his symbol. It's a symbol, a star inside of a circle.
Mm-hmm.
And when you look at the dome on 6th and M Street, you're looking at
Oh
an
my
inverted
goodness.
pentagram. It's a star that's been raised in the middle of a circle at the base of the dome, just because it's in uh, another dimensional portrayal does not make it any less than what it is.
Exactly. Exactly. And I used to wonder why all the houses were red, or the colors that they use.
The red, the
That
blue, and
goes all the way back to that too. That whole
mm-hmm.
Masonic ideology, or whatever it is, secret society.
Right. Even the three doors, right? The three doorways. People think that 6th and Elm Street is fashioned after the temple over in Jerusalem. Uh, the temple in the scripture did not have a dome. That temple that's over there is a mosque. That has nothing to do with the temple that was built by Solomon or rebuilt by Nehemiah. And the temple didn't have three entryways, it only had one. And the temple wasn't for people to go inside of and do anything. Uh, but because we've been conditioned once again to believe anything coming from these men, there is no seeking of the word, and there's no seeking understanding of the word. Because there's no seeking of the word, it's simply seeking, well, this one said this one said that. I remember he said this, that, and the other. And if you think about it, a lot of what they're saying contradicts one another.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They're not standing on each other. They're contradicting each other. There cannot be anything near salvation in what's going on here. And the fact that we put it all out here and we have individuals like yourself who is a living witness. You yourself, that song says, I am a living testimony. That's exactly what you are,
Yes,
to
yes.
identify the fraud in this organization, along with all these other children all around the organization. We're literally talking about 50 or more children that are still here underneath of the founder or other uh, CEOs and bishops of the organization, not to
Mm-hmm.
mention so called apostles, so called, I say, because they knew what they
Mm-hmm.
were doing behind closed doors. This has nothing to do with how is it that you have an apostle giving a testimony in a magazine saying, I know that the man is real because he healed me one day? You're
Mm.
supposed to be an apostle. And you're given a testimony that somebody else is real because you were healed by them. Apostles don't have sickness that they struggle with. Apostles don't have disease that they struggle with. The disciples weren't even named apostles as of yet when they were given power over all sickness and disease and evil spirits.
Mm-hmm.
But this is that what we're talking about, spiritual entity, the persuasion. Um, Looking today at what you've seen, what we've seen, at this intentional frenzy, this panic, at just how much they're trying to push the members to ignore what they're seeing online and to stay off of social media and to not watch or even listen to, what is it they say? Don't let your ears be used as a dumping ground. What would
Hmm.
you say to anybody who's been hearing that message, especially given the fact that it started in Mr. Grace's day because it was to deter people from hearing people try to expose what he was doing? Don't let your ear be used as a dumping ground was a phrase to get you to ignore people trying to tell you what he was doing behind closed doors. And that phrase has still continued even up until this day. What would you say to individuals who are hearing that same message today and how they're frantically trying to cover up what they still have been doing wrong behind closed doors?
What I would say is this: that is that is another form of manipulation. They don't want you to know the truth. They hide behind that, don't do this and don't do that because of this and that. Then they lose control. When people's eyes start to open from from receiving information that's helpful, then that goes against the grain of what they're doing. So they're covering up. They don't want you to know the truth. They hope you don't seek. But how is it that you have a page? You tell people don't go to Facebook or don't do this or don't do that, but you created a website, and that was a
Great call
distraction
out.
too.
Yep,
That
right.
was a distraction, but people don't see that as a distraction. Oh yeah, well okay, so we have this now. No, that was to deter you from going to seek the truth.
And by that, you mean the House of Prayer website, correct?
Yes, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Because remember, it was this whole thing about don't go on Facebook, don't do. I can't remember what had happened.
It was
And,
MySpace originally that I wrote a letter or I talked to Miss Dolores about, and she told me she was going to talk to her husband. And sure enough, that same weekend, a letter came out about telling people if they want their space to write testimony so that their space can be in the magazine. And then later, leaders after Mr. Madison, Mr. Bailey, and others began to tell people that he told them to stay off social media. And I was showing people the evidence that that's not the case. He didn't say that. He said to not use those sites for nonsense and have his picture posted because you make him and the House of Prayer look bad.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it's all about the cover up.
Mm-hmm.
It's just all about the cover up. Nothing more than that. And it's really sad that people are just you lead so blindly because your eyes aren't open because you're following the evil spirit.
Mm-hmm.
And you're stuck in the evilness. And I'm telling you the truth, Joseph. I've never witnessed anyone like Bailey because he was just obnoxious the way he talked to people. You ridicule people in the middle of the aisle for everyone to see. No compassion. The first time I witnessed that, I was in Anacostia, and I was just flabbergasted. Like, oh my goodness.
Mm-hmm.
And you're embarrassed, and how do you come back from that? So you go and you give more money and you push your people for more, to do more, to give more, to do more. And when they started that whole Daddy's Club, I was sitting at work. I was in disbelief. One of my friends from Charlotte called me, was telling me about that. I'm like, what? You doing what? And they were proud to give up $2,000. It was $2,000 at the time to this person so you can have your name called. What are we saying? What are we talking about here?
Now, you mentioned something earlier. How old were you when you heard about the wife swapping or spousal swapping and the orgies and the councilmen having girlfriends around the organization as they traveled? How old were you when you heard all of these things were taking place?
My mother told me that I was an adult. I was an adult. I know I was past my 20s, 30s. I probably was 40 or so. I tell you, I was in disbelief. I said, Ma, no, they don't. You're just making this stuff up.
And she shared that with you because not that she heard it.
No, not that she heard it, because she was a part of it.
Right. Because they were abusing her.
Because they were abusing her.
Mm-hmm.
Because they were abusing her.
Were you familiar with...
She also told me this.
Uh-huh.
She said she was in New York with Grace, and she was looking out the window, and he told her that she was going to go out in the street, that she was going to leave him and go out in the street. And I guess when she did that, that was her way of escape.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what she did. And the other thing that she told me, I was an infant then. She didn't share much, but the little things that she did share were significant.
Right.
She was married now to her ex, and she never married again. And Grace was in Gastonia, and she took me, the infant baby, to her mother to watch while they went to service. And she said, "Sister, where you get this white baby? You know that's not that man's baby." And my mother didn't even respond because she didn't know how to respond.
Mm-hmm. And this was the child of Mr. Grace, of course.
The child of Mr. Grace, which was me.
Mm-hmm. Now, you obviously are doing so much better in
Oh,
a
yes.
mental space than what you were years ago. What would you say you credit that to? Um, is it hobbies, activities, prayer, meditation, reading now, studying the word, or is it the teachings coming out of anybody revolving around these newer administrations um, who people have put so much hope in? What was it that got you to a better mental place today versus where you were in your yesteryears?
What got me to my better mental place was I had a friend, and I was in need of a place to stay. And he said, "Well, Madonna, you could come stay with me, but you have to go to church." Because I wasn't doing anything at the time, because I couldn't just go back to the house of prayer. I just couldn't. And so I went to New Samaritan Baptist Church. I would come in, I was so broken, Joseph. I would come in and sit at the back. I wasn't engaged. That was just always me. And I didn't understand why I would always sit in the back. So one Sunday I was sitting in the back, and this woman came to me and said, she wanted me to join the missionary ministry. Said, I don't have no skills like that. I don't know anything like that. I said, the only thing I know about is I'm a secretary. She said, okay, well, I can use that. You can become the administrative assistant. And I did that. And she and her husband was a deacon. They worked with me. I started going to the Bible study. I really started to get knowledge about the Word of God. And yes, that is what changed me around. Also, with going to therapy,
Mm.
I'm a seamstress. I keep myself engaged. I read the Bible, I study, and I talk to God. I gave myself to Him because that was the only way I knew that I was going to survive.
Mm.
I'm His daughter, and I'm proud of that. I don't belong to that over there. I set myself free. I didn't. God did.
Yes.
It took me years to disconnect from that because I was going back and forth. And my stepdad at the time, whenever I would disengage from the house of prayer, he would come and get me, come. And just I was, and I don't mean this in a bad way,
Mm-hmm.
but when he passed, I was relieved because I didn't have to deal with that anymore.
Right.
I can make my own decisions. And that's what I've been doing, Joseph.
Now, a lot of people had issue with doing what you did in regards to detaching, to breaking away. And of course, again, for clarity, um, I'm of the understanding that you mean mentally and psychologically being able to stay away after pulling away and not coming back to the house of prayer. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So a lot of people have had not only difficulty in that area, but for many people who have gone through either those types of ordeals that you went through, or whose mother or grandmother or aunt or sister suffered those types of incidents, they developed, as you called out earlier, PTSD, and the trauma was so horrific for them, where they escaped through the use of drugs, alcohol. I've talked to some who have shared their testimony that their family member, you cannot reach them, you cannot help them because they're so strung out because there was not enough drugs that could kill the memory of grace with them. Some of them, when they got high, they would talk about different things that they experienced. Of course, they're trying to chase those experiences away by getting high and not thinking of it, whether, again, through the use of drugs, psychedelics, uppers, shooting things, and with additionally the use of alcohol. But their family members, even though they escaped through those routes, the family members remembered, all this explicit detail. And it was so horrifying for them, but they didn't know what to do. But they would talk about how they remembered even what his breath smelled like, or the cologne that he had. And they would describe,
Yes.
Yes.
the marks on parts of his body, or, they just couldn't get rid of it. And they would relive it over and over and over. Uh, for you to be able to pull away and detach after the passing of the individual who would bring you back, what was it that allowed you to not only pull away, but to stay away? Was that significantly what you just said regarding prayer? And if that's the case, in studying, then what was it that moved you in that direction to pray and to study in order for the strength to stay away?
What, honestly, Joseph, I believe it was the Holy Spirit. Without him, I could not have detached the way I did.
Mm-hmm.
I had to rely on the Father. The Father is my Father. That, to me, that's my family. The Father has always been my family, because I didn't have that until I had children of my own. So he is when I say he's my father, that's what I mean.
Right.
He's my father. I tell you what, when I started to deal with the middle part of grace and the emotions of him being what he is to me, a friend of mine, I used to work with him. I called him. I said, you know what? I need a therapist. Do you know any women that I could talk to? He said, Madonna, I know somebody, but they'll probably charge you. He said, and he was a pastor. He said, I will talk. I'll counsel you. And I would meet with him every week. And one day he told me, he said, Madonna, you're going to have to forgive him. That was, I didn't want to hear that.
Yeah.
What? I struggled with that. And I'm telling you, Joseph, after he said that, Grace came to me in a dream. And it was like he was in his robe, he had his beanie on, he was coming up out of the water. And he said, that's true, I am, and please forgive me. I reconciled it that day. I forgive you. That forgiveness was for me.
Jesus.
Right.
That was for me, to set me free, because I had been holding. I didn't even want nobody to know that was my biological. I hid from that for years until I couldn't hide anymore. The group, I started a nonprofit. It's called Sister to Sister Circle of Love. And yesterday, we have a gathering every other month. And yesterday, the topic was mask on, mask off. I sat in there and I spoke to the women about a lot of my trauma. And I realized at that point, it's like the mask has got to come off. You cannot hide anymore. When I was talking to Saunders that Sunday, and he said, Madonna, you got to tell your story. I'm like, what? He said, oh, that's all right. I'm hook it up. He said, I'll call Joseph myself. So when he called you and we were playing phone tag, I connected Saturday. I said, you know what? I'm taking the mask off. I have no reason to hide. I used to see myself as a product of rape. No, that may have happened, but God knew beforehand who I was going to be, regardless of how I got here.
Amen.
That's what I stand on today. The Father is my Father, and that is what strengthens me day by day.
Well, could I also add, I always encourage people that there is, it's not even a such thing as an illegitimate child because there is only one giver of life. It's only the
Yes.
illegitimate actions of adults.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah.
And thank you for that, because
absolutely.
I really struggled with that for years, for years.
Mhm.
It took me a long time to even tell my children,
Wow, yeah.
but I knew I had to.
Mhm.
And so today I'm free. I'm truly free. Who the Son sets free is free indeed. I'm free. There's nothing else for me to hide from. You know, when I left the house of prayer, my uncle used to, when I would call him, he would tell me, "Oh, you left the house of prayer, you left God." No, I didn't. I'm still in relationship. That's still my father. So I just really had to like pull him
Mhm.
out, shut him out, whatever the case may be. So now he's in dementia, but he don't remember me. But you know, I'm free. And
Yeah.
I'm free to the point where if you don't want to be bothered with me or you can't accept me for who I am, then that's fine. He wasn't
Yeah.
supposed to be a part of my journey anyway. And that's what I have to say about that.
Mm. And when it comes to the organization, how did the organization explicitly define the roles and the spiritual duties and the value of women compared to men uh, back in your mother's generation or even yours when you was coming up? You had touched on this earlier, and I'm not sure whether you finished, but you had talked about what the ordeals you were going through, how your stepmother was getting abused physically at home, and how you were
Mm-hmm.
being abused as well. What was the atmosphere inside the organization? What would they do to help those types of individuals going through those types of ordeals? Was there
There
any?
was no help. And there's still no help today. Women had no value. I'll tell you this. When I was so strong and just so strong, and I knew I had this on me. I wrote Madison and I told him I wanted to be uh I wanted to be a minister. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh.
And he wrote me back. I still had that letter. He wrote me back. He said, you know, women in the house of prayer cannot hold that role, but what you can do is become a missionary.
Oh,
So women are not, I'll just say they were devalued. How about that?
and that's something that we're going to be working on, so that you know, because everybody understand this. As a board of director member, we have um, women that are, of course, capable, able, qualified to sit on the board. And the CEO is a hired employee of the organization.
Mm-hmm.
Thereby, that puts the women on the board over or subject to the CEO.
Right.
Right? The women on the board actually has more power and authority than the CEO does. So
Mhm.
quite frankly, the CEO is supposed to be listening because the women on that board can easily fire him in a heartbeat. So
And
not,
can I also add to that?
yeah,
House of Prayer members have to understand that some things just don't make sense. And here's what I mean. How is it? Now, I've posed this question before, but how is it that God can use a woman's womb, but he'll refuse to use her mouth to speak? Just think
Mm.
about that. Think about that. Yet he's pouring out his spirit on all flesh. He doesn't even see gender. But I digress.
we'll be talking more on that because there's all over the place. There's so many philosophies and so many teachings that don't come out of the scripture. And the hope is, when people talk about a place that calls themselves religious, right? Well, we should be looking to one source. Um, and so there's a lot to be done. But on that note, how interesting is it um, for everyone that on the seat that makes a difference on that board of directors, those are the individuals that hold the power. We have a general assembly. Well, how many women are in the general assembly more than men?
None.
Or in the general assembly in May, right?
Oh,
Right.
okay.
The women
Mhm.
outnumber the men, what, maybe 5, 6, 7, 8 to 1.
Okay.
The women always had rulership, but the men kept them out of the loop. And only to find out that there's one woman at the top of the organization that the members of the
Mhm.
organization didn't know nothing about,
Right.
right?
Mhm.
Right. I didn't put that together at first, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because when she took the seat, I, right. Why is she not sitting on the side?
Right.
Why is she sitting on the mountain?
Mm-hmm.
Why is she so rightfully so? Because she has all the knowledge.
And they're working for her now.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Mr. Grace and Mr. McCullough wasn't. She figured out how to turn this thing around. And by the time she put her husband in the seat, or things went his direction, I'll put it that way.
Yes.
In the middle of his administration, things were drastically turned around to such an extent that people even knew that letters that he was supposedly writing was coming from her. It was not from him at all. And since then, these men in these positions, to include councilmen as well, have been working for Miss Madison. So um, if people have not put two and two together as you did and see the chair that she sits in is not on the side, this is intentional. It's not because, well, the bishop wants her up here. Well, what man in his right mind would want another woman to sit in a place that only his wife is supposed to be honored in,
Exactly.
right? You're causing problems for your own home when you do that. And what wife in her right mind would be okay with you, the husband, having some other woman sitting up here where I'm the one supposed to be honored? Something wrong with this picture.
Something was drastically wrong with that picture. And I used to sit and watch his wife, Bailey's wife, and she wasn't doing a lot because she would shout a lot. Like, oh, what is going on, and what is she actually witnessing that she can't even talk about? That was my that was my thing. What is really going on here? And why is it that you have to share with another woman?
My question would have been, are they so spiritual before they become the bishop's wife? Or
Hmm.
are they that spiritual after they become a bishop's wife? And
Hmm.
if we look at this carefully, when we look at Miss Madison, you know, very, very rarely do you see her feel much of anything.
Never. I paid attention to that too.
Hmm.
That she would be out there just in the spirit shout, whatever, and this one would just be there.
Right. And I remember one time, maybe, and this was when Mr. Madison had deceased. And people, wait, is she what? She's shouting? When things are going on, certain things have to be sold. And what I mean by that is I have to sell this story. I have to get people to believe what I need them to believe. And by that, if you look at the current bishop's wife, like, was she always caught up? Was she always waving her hand the way she does now?
I've never seen her in her position now, but not before.
Right.
As a matter of fact, that day I went over to with my brother to do dinner. She was actually waiting on Miss Madison. Like,
Mm-hmm.
oh, I
Yeah.
didn't I didn't know that's what you did behind the scenes, girl.
Yeah. Because she knows, like Mr. Murray said, know your role. Right. Mr. Murray gave this speech that was designed for me and a few others doing what we're doing. To know your role, there's only one leader and everybody else are followers. But these women, they understand their role compared to
They do.
Miss Madison. And they know they have a part to play. They have to sell the idea that their husband is everything that you all think that he is. Um, so we heard, Mrs. Cunningham said, she doesn't call him, she calls him dear Addie. Um, or we know, we saw right through this, but my point is, there's so much corruption, there's so much going on behind the scenes that this is literally like living through a soap opera.
Mm,
You literally feel like this could be a soap opera instead of As the World Turns, Young and the Restless, All My Children. It feels like, House of Prayer and You.
yes.
That could be the soap opera. Um, Seeing where you stand now, um, when you hear about the House of Prayer, when you someone gives any indication about what's going on at the moment, what are your immediate thoughts in regards to where it looked like the House of Prayer would have been heading if we weren't doing what we're doing now? Would, in your opinion, would the House of Prayer have gotten at all better, or would it? Do you think it was heading in the direction of getting much, much worse, or just about the same of where it was with Mr. Grace?
I think it would probably stay on those lines, and I'm not sure if it would have gotten any worse because I don't really know Cunningham and I don't know his administration. But the day that I was talking to Saunders and he was saying, Madonna, it was only 20. It was maybe about 20 members out that Sunday. He said, and they can't sell any more raffle tickets. I said, yes. What? That's what I said. I said yes, and rightfully so. I mean, they done sold enough tickets for, did enough for. Oh gosh, you already know.
Yeah, he was sharing with me. Um, I talked to him in North Carolina not too long ago, and he's all over the place, from Florida, North Carolina, from time to time Georgia, and you know when we touch on certain things, a lot surprises him, as it does with everybody else in the organization. But especially, throughout all the traveling that he does, for people to not really understand what's going on behind closed doors, it hits him it catches him off guard as well, by surprise, when he hears about what was done. And, people will call one another to find out, well, is this true? Is that true? um, Especially when something's done that's never been done before. And we know that raffle tickets have never been suspended in the organization. We also know
Mm-mm.
that yesterday was supposed to be the picnic, right? The picnic at Portal Drive. Rain or shine,
Mm.
they always have the picnic. Well, that was canceled yesterday.
Was it?
Hmm. Right? All this information coming out, people
Say
know.
that again, please.
Yeah, the picnic at Portal Drive was canceled.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I mean, people right now are saying, well, there's a lot of people in Baltimore. I'm saying, of course, there's a lot of people in Baltimore, because the pastors and the councilmen are literally pushing all those members that they can push. They're pushing them to stay off of YouTube, to stay off of TikTok, to not listen to what's going on, because they need them to be ignorant of the truth. They need them to be ignorant of the facts. Now, mind you, the whole time that these pastors are pushing these members, they're sealing their fate, because they're now co-conspirators. And as a co-conspirator, you're now going to face some of the same charges as Mr. Cunningham and Miss Madison is going to face. Um,
Mm-mm.
but frankly,
Totally.
they believe that they're going to get them off the hook. When you look at all this information that's been released, all the evidence that you've witnessed and seen, all the things that you've read for yourself that's been uncovered, what do you say to yourself pertaining to the leadership of the organization today, and all these things coming out? Does it look like it's doing anything, um, uh, with the members of the organization, to the organization itself? Is it benefiting? Is it helpful? Is it not making a dent? No impact whatsoever? What are your thoughts regarding what's going on in this day and time with all of this information being released?
I do think it's making an impact. I do believe that. Um, like I said, I don't go out and engage anymore, so I really can't really speak to that.
Mm-hmm.
But from every now and then, somebody will say a thing, and it is making an impact, and more people than you know are tuning in. People know all about this channel. They may not want to acknowledge the information or accept the information, but I know that they know from what I hear from some members that are still in there.
Mm-hmm.
Even when you did the survey a while back,
Oh, right.
somebody called me and said, Madonna, did you see? Did you know? Uh, I'm like, yeah, so that's Joseph. Yeah. But the thing that really got it for me was the breakdown of the 501c3.
Mm.
Because I said for years, when I was in college, I tried to study nonprofit, and I was sitting in a class on fundraising, right? But I changed my major. And somebody brought up the house of prayer. That's when I was still kind of sort of in it. And they talked about how it was an occult, and it was this and the deviousness that they were doing. And I found myself defending it. But then when I looked around and understood what a 501c3 does, like you're not operating in that capacity at all.
Right.
So that's a sham. That's a lie. That's a scam.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, yes. I was so excited because I remember what I had all the processes and steps that I had to go through to become a nonprofit, and it's a lot. It's a lot to it, and just like any other corrupt organization, they have people that that they pay and on their payroll that they get stuff done. And I used to always say this: how is it that they can shut down the whole? They can shut down streets. They can do this. They can do that. And then you get government officials to come in to talk to do what? And then when I realized that it was like a little mafia organization, I said, "Oh, that's how they do it. That's how they do it. You have people on the payroll, just like any other corrupt organization does."
Mm-hmm.
And then you have these leaders. They are what, Masons, and that's a whole. When I really did research about the Masons and the Eastern Stars, my uncle tried to get me to get into the Eastern Star. It didn't work. It just did not work for me. And when one of my stepsisters became one, and she married a Mason, and I sent them some information. Oh my goodness. You think I had really put a curse or a hex or something on them? People are just stuck. They're just stuck and they don't really want to know the truth. But the ones that God knows their hearts, that really want to know the truth, they will accept the truth and they will come out. They'll come out. If you want to come to the light, you will come to the light. But if you want to be stuck in where you are and not accept the truth, then you'll stay there. You've been so indoctrinated and so intertwined in the occult, because that's what it is,
Mm-hmm.
that you don't want to believe the truth. And there's so many members that don't want to believe the truth. But then there's so many that want to come to the light because you believe what the word say and not what the bishop says.
Right. Now, there's a few comments. I'm going to try to read through as many of these as I can real quick. Bine said, I heard Ma Chick from Charlotte, Mother House, is also Mr. Grace's daughter.
Well, I'll tell you a story about that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, my mother told me this one. Actually, she wanted to adopt me.
Ma
And
Chick?
I've heard that same thing. Mm-hmm. Okay. I've heard that too. She did. At one point, I had a relationship with some of these people, and when you come to the light and you accept the Father, now people don't want to be bothered with you. They'll shun you, whether they've known you all your life or not. They'll do that. And yes, I've heard that too. And as a matter of fact, somebody told me that was my sister. I'm like, some things are just was hard to digest. And I did get to meet one of my sisters. She lives in Savannah. She wasn't raised in a house of prayer because after what happened to her mother, her grandmother took them out of it. Okay. And one day I went to visit with her. I went to visit with her for about 2 weeks. And she always wear a covering over her head. She always wear a wig. But this particular day she was sitting in a chair, and I bounced in the room. I saw him. I'm like, oh my God, you look just like him. And she said, oh, well, you look just like him too. Oh, that was
this was another sister?
Sibling. Yes,
Okay.
she's 80 something now. Yeah, that was just from Savannah, but she doesn't want to be identified
Mr. Grace.
with yeah, at all.
And this is the sister that's down in Georgia.
Yes. Hmm.
Um, in regards to um, any brothers, are you aware of any brothers at all? And have you met them?
I didn't get a chance to meet. What's his name? What's his name? Calvin. He
Yes,
used to come
Calvin
to.
Harris.
Yes, I I I always wanted to approach him, but I never did. And the day I was going to, um, it was a Memorial Day service, and one of the members who kind of had an inkling of my identity was kind of following me around, and I was about to approach him, but I didn't because I didn't want to reveal anything at that point.
Right.
But no, I didn't get to meet him. I wanted to, and my brother tried to set up DNA tests with me and Calvin.
That would be Mr. Belton.
That would be him.
Hmm.
That would be him.
Um, now, Mr. Golden Boy says, "Hey, y'all. Yep, I've always heard it was common at BNA, talking about my chick. Um, it says I meant I've always heard this was common knowledge. Rather, everyone seemed to know, and her name was the first one that came up when he started looking into this whole subject." Coco Girl says, "And then the saints would get behind you and say, call him," when you were talking about the revivals. The saints would
Mm-hmm.
get behind you, say, call him faster. If you want the Holy Ghost, by calling his name faster, made you
Mm-hmm.
foam from the mouth and begin to babble tongues. Um, Bine says, the late St. Gibson, too. This is a hot fish grease mess. I think she's saying that uh, Pastor Gibson's wife might have also been the daughter of Mr. Grace.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I didn't know that.
Mm, okay. And Ms. Korean says, caller, I'm so glad you decided to share your story because I really enjoy talking with you on the phone. You will be a blessing to so many.
Well, thank you.
um, wow. Take my head, Trues, Dale Bine. It's gothic inside that place. No, it doesn't sit well. Um, the lies of him and her. Thank you, sister, for sharing your testimony with us this evening. It's truly a blessing and an encouragement to us all. We're grateful for your willingness to share. Thank you, and God bless you. Um, Curtis Smith says, I thank you also. My childhood in UHOP makes sense too. Love these videos. He says, rest in peace, Deacon Bats. Are you familiar with who that is?
I don't. I'm not.
Okay, Deacon Bats. B. Mevderman said a question. Was Logan Circle ever open to the public? They bring his cars out every 30th of May, Memorial Day. I thought the inside of the home would be for show too. Um, they do tours. You have to actually schedule it. Some buses, pastors actually call and they schedule a trip, um, and they would take buses. Sometimes, whenever buses are going to go see the lights, if you go early enough, they'll schedule a tour there at Logan Circle, and people walk through and see everything. But it's been now a while. I don't know if they're going to still allow people to go through because so much has been coming out. Um, but Um, Curtis Smith says the Sugarland, Camden, New Jersey is still open. Uh, Miss Green says yes, Camden is still open. It opened 6 years ago. Um, Curtis says it was open in the 70s when I was a kid. Sold sodas outside when I was a teenager. um, Atreneo Carr says, I remember as a child, I would hear my parents say that the House of Prayer is forbidden us to watch other ministries on TV. But I thank God my father would watch anyway. Curtis Smith says, I didn't understand the theology back then, but thank God I have understanding now. Um, and Corinne says, Camden was closed for a lot of years before it reopened. The loss of him and her. Members, please not be deceived. Please share these videos and help spread the word. We will not be manipulated. Our Heavenly Father is in full control. The lives of him and her also says, Sister, you are touching so many hearts and helping uncover the masks and reveal truth. You are free indeed. Thank you for your testimony. We stand with you and appreciate your courage.
Thank you, because it took a lot. It took a lot, and then it wasn't a lot. Because the truth will make you free.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank you.
Yakanan says, with all love and respect, let's be honest and say that most men in the House of Prayer, active or inactive, do not believe that women should hold any spiritual position of spoken or teaching manner. That is aside from missionary, where they are truly suppressed and restricted. Says, I'm prayerful that will change. Yes, quite often the missionary's position has been a controlled position by the men in the organization. However, I believe, my opinion is that that's literally because the men in that organization, the House of Prayer, don't really know what a missionary is. A missionary can be a male or a female. And they don't know what missionarying is, because if they did, they would not restrict them so much. In fact, they would assist and um, uh, do whatever they could to encourage and motivate them, because that's where a lot of help came from when it comes to continuing to keep the teachings locally among the people, as well as helping other people coming into the knowledge of the truth. But here they've used that as a method of not just suppressing women, but controlling them. And now, under Mr. Bailey, he almost did away with the title altogether. And you don't see anything or hear of anything whatsoever coming from Mr. Cunningham about a missionary. Mr. Cunningham is a larger narcissist, in my opinion, than most others. And he wants absolute, total control. And if that is not obvious to the members by now, then it's going to be difficult to get people to really understand where he wants to take the organization. But thank you, Yokanan. Bine says, not one missionary in the UHOP been overseas to do any missionary work. The UHOP is waiting to blow up to dust. Says maybe they found out they have to pay for the hot dogs and watermelon. Golden Boy says rotten watermelons. We have video proof to the core, just rotten. Yes, indeed, he spoiled rotten fruit, and we all ate it up with a smile on our faces. Bine said, yep, you're so right. I had to take a laxative. It's unbelievable, says, I toured Logan Circle. It felt eerie and stuffy. And there was a gate at the stairs. I was like, what? Do you want to touch on that gate, Are you familiar with that gate?
No.
Um, I was.
Repeat that again, Joseph, please.
They said there was a gate at the stairs, and I was like, "What the heck?" Were
At
you
the stairs of
familiar?
Logan Circle?
Mm-hmm.
No, I haven't. I haven't been around a circle in a minute. But it wasn't a gay before.
Right. I'm trying to remember. I know when you come down, there's a wooden carving, and I've been there 2 or 3 times.
I've never been inside. I've never been inside.
Right.
Sometimes you think you've been inside of a thing,
Mm-hmm.
but and what you saw inside was not what you really wanted to see. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, and
I
I'm gonna leave that right there because
well, I
I'm
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, I'm finished with that.
Well, I thought at the beginning there was, and then it might have been removed. And by gate, many people didn't realize it's on the wall, and it would swing out from the wall to latch to the
Oh
other
yes,
side,
that part.
right? And
Yeah.
it's hidden. It's very well hidden if you're not looking for it, if you don't know what to look for. Um, but that came up in one of the testimonies from one of the maids that frequently was taken to Cuba, and they said that each maid had a day. You're rotated. You're put on rotation, and they also
Mm.
said that Miss Dolores made sure that when your day came up, you don't swap out. You don't tell somebody else. And other maids wanted to swap out and let somebody else go. I don't want, but she would take them into a room, talk to them, and see to it that they went through with this. Um, so they said you go um, in the evening when he goes up. Um, you go up with him, and you're given a key. You um, unlock the gate. You go up, and when you go up, he turns around and locks the gate,
Mm.
and you go up to the bedroom. Um,
Mm.
and she explained in detail, and I heard another one give detail, and their stories are so similar. Um, but I thought that after a while, you're permitted to leave. I said, "Oh no, you don't leave at all. Um, you're with him throughout the night, and you get up with him in the morning. And then there's a morning routine, and you don't come down until he comes down. But
Mm.
uh, that gate was very interesting because, again, they were given a key, but then he would lock it. And it made sense because, of course, throughout the night, well, if you had the key, then you can make your way out. But
Mm.
if he had the key, you can't make your way out. And then there's staff downstairs anyway. Um,
That
so
sounds like a hostage situation almost.
Yes, it
absolutely,
does.
absolutely.
Wow.
Um, and the fact that you're dealing with children, underage children. But remember, there, most people don't understand why he was in Cuba all the time. He was under a temporary visa for 6 months. So 6 months he had to be out of the country, right? So because you can't stay, you're not a permanent resident, you're not a citizen. Um, he just frequently went there, and if you think about it, you know what was illegal in Cuba versus what was allowed and what was legal. So at that time, what you were doing, nobody going to make a mess or a fuss about it because it's It's not illegal. There's no laws about it. So these things, it was common. And he would take, groups of children, um, 4, 5. And one of them actually said, if you were a housemaid, they said, I don't care who you are. I don't care who you are. You were on that rotation and you did the same thing as everybody else did. Whatever
Mm.
house you was in, wherever he traveled, if you was a housemaid, that's what you did. And this is one who I think for over 3 years was a housemaid. Did not like it, did not understand it, did not understand how adults, knowing that these things were taking place, could sit back. But uh, with that gate, it stood out in the testimony because of how many people are aware of a gate being on a stairwell. And I think that's what the commenter here is getting at. It's unbelievable. Um, it's unheard of for a gate to be in a stairwell. Well, now you know why. The gate would be
Mm.
locked to keep that girl up there and to keep everybody else downstairs. Um, Miss Marin says Deacon Batts was a member of West Philadelphia. That's where the name came up earlier. Um,
Okay.
and if the person is referring to the gate in the back, that is the entrance for the maids going up and down the steps.
Mm.
Right. So there was 2 stairwells, um, and many people know about the front, but most don't know about the back. So the front, of course, it would look kind of weird. Why is there a gate on the front steps? People who are guests are going to see the front steps, but most are not going to see the back. And when you look at kitchens that had more than one stairwell, most of the time it's a stairwell that led to either the kitchen or a room near the kitchen, like the pantry. Um, and that may be exactly what it is that Ms. Green is talking about. And you certainly don't want that to be up front because you don't want people to know. If you look at some of the older pictures, if you look at the faces of the maids, not too many of them appear in the pictures to be happy, especially when they were being photographed. You don't see a lot of them smiling. Um, with that in mind, the next thing I wanted to ask before we get ready to allow you to share anything else or say anything that you'd like to before we finish up. What were the unspoken rules or expectations placed on you specifically because you were the daughter of the leader? Or was it covered up even at that time? And you did answer that earlier. But was there anything at all that you remember and recall was placed on you as his daughter? And I'm assuming not because everything was kept uh, quiet, everything was kept hush. Were you ever put under any specific protocols to make sure you kept quiet about it, or did anybody just not say anything to you at all in regards to what you needed to do or not need to do?
No, nobody ever said anything to me at all. Like,
Mhm.
I never knew my identity, period. When I'll say this. When I think I was probably about 5 because I was maybe 6 when he passed. The only thing and this was within myself, um, he was leaving out. He was still on a mountain, about to come down the aisle, And he used to travel with one or two of his sisters. And I happened to be standing in a pew close to the aisle because I just used to, I was that girl, you know, I'm shouting, I'm doing this. And I happened to look over and that's, I don't know why. And I looked and I was like, oh my gosh, within myself, they look like me. She looked like me. I never said anything to anybody, but they look like me. And I don't look like anybody in my household. So I did have a protector in my household before she got married.
Okay.
My great aunt. Like anything that I did in the house of prayer, if she didn't oversee it, then I wasn't doing it. And once she left the household, I was pretty much on my own, basically. But no, never, no, just seeing them and try, you know, you as a kid, you're trying to fit in, but you don't fit in where you are. Right. I never fit in anywhere. I didn't, and most of my life I was young because people knew who I was, but I didn't know my identity, especially in the house of prayer.
So you never really served on any board or any group other than the choir that you spoke about earlier?
I did the choir, and I was 19 when I did that, 19, 20. In Marshall Heights, I worked with Maxine McCullough. She had a group that would go visit the sick, the Miracle Brigades. I worked with her for a minute. And I was on the usher board for a minute. I didn't do anything long term in the house of prayer.
Okay.
No,
and when leaders often mirror or reject each other's tactics. Did you realize, or recognize the secondary leaders or any of the others trying to imitate uh, Mr. Grace, or did they establish their own distinct forms of authority? Was it a cookie cutter model, or in your knowledge, Mr. McCullough, did he just brand himself as being way different to establish his own unique image? Or was it like we were talking about earlier, how they try not just to connect verbally to the founder, but to mimic anything that he did?
Well, remember, I was real young when Grace was in position. Mm-hmm. And I think I was about 11, or somewhere around in there when McCullough came along. I can't say that he mimicked him, but it was similar styles. I'll say that. Because Grace has his own thing going on. Mm-hmm. That whole little the thing that they used to do with their hands, like that was a whole Grace thing. And so some of them mimic that. I'm sitting here doing it.
The flimsy wrist. The flimsy wrist, yeah.
Yes, that and the handkerchief thing, like that was a Grace thing too. And I believe I saw that in McCullough Day too.
The pictures that you've seen of Mr. Cunningham, does that strike loudly that he's trying to emulate him also?
Oh my goodness, yes, the clothes, everything.
Yeah.
The whole everything. Yeah. You know, I don't know, Joseph. Sometimes, God shows me things in my dreams, and he showed me that whole ordeal with Cunningham and Bailey before it actually transpired. And some of what I see is you trying to emulate a man. I think, because it's so wicked, that the transfer of spirits, that wickedness,
Right.
I think it dwells in all of them.
Yes. Yes. So when they actually teach the spirit that he had is in me, the manipulation is to get the people to believe that they're talking about the spirit of Christ. But the problem is, it has nothing to do with the spirit of Christ.
Mm-mm.
This is actually one of, and most people don't understand, um, that there's many. The scripture tells us about many. But yeah, Golden Boy put a picture on for us. You see similarities, right? And Mr. Grace and Miss McCullough. Um, most people don't understand.
Well, if you read it right here, right here where it's highlighted,
Uh-huh.
it actually explicitly explains the transference of the spirit. So it says here,
Okay.
as the spirit of God, I'm sorry.
No, no, go ahead. You're good.
I said, and as this, the Christ spirit of Elijah was reincarnated to Elisha, the same spirit of Christ possessed by sweet Daddy Grace was reincarnated into Daddy McCullough. This transformation was not only spiritual, it was also physical. For sweet Daddy McCullough looks like sweet Daddy Grace. He walks like Daddy. He talks like Daddy. He has and is carrying out the principles as set up for this kingdom by sweet Daddy Grace. He is more than a bishop. He is sweet Daddy Grace McCullough.
Mm.
And,
And
and I'll
that's
take
what
that
I'm
down.
talking about.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. That whole transfer of spirits.
Mm-hmm. Now, we did not know that what we're talking about is dealing with familiar spirits,
Yes.
Mhm.
right? And demonology, because there's a
Mhm.
spirit transferring from one to the next to the next. It's not just a familiar spirit, but now you're dealing with, again, dark powers that many don't know. Again, for 40 years, I did the same thing. And I did it
Mhm.
more than anybody else. In my mind, I was more devoted, more loyal than anybody in my mind. Um, I'm sorry, what was that?
No, I'll just clear my throat.
Hmm.
Sorry.
Now, with that in mind, um, what would you say to the leaders today as a product of, unfortunately, what was going on in the Founders Day? What would you say to them coming from you regarding all of this activity to forewarn or whatever the message might be, or even to the people pertaining to what's going on in the organization right now?
Let me see, Joseph. It's a lot. It's a lot to take in.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a lot to accept. But what people, God is the answer. Jesus Christ is the answer. We don't get that teaching in the house of prayer at all. Daddy is inserted in the place of our creator. That is not right. It's not right. And to me, it's so hurtful because the people are being deceived. It's deception.
Mm-hmm.
But we they are so indoctrinated to the point where even if you try to speak to them from a biblical perspective, they can't even receive it because they don't even receive the word of God when they're in the place.
The good news.
The good news is you don't have to stay there. Open up your heart and your mind and receive the true and living Christ Spirit. It is not grace. It is not daddy. It is none of that. But what God saves those who want to be saved. You have to want to come to the truth, to the knowledge. But if you don't want that, you will continue to be deceived. God is not marked. He is not marked. Grace didn't create you. Neither did McCullough or Madison or Bailey or Cunningham. They are mere mortals just like us. They have to answer to a power higher than them. They are not the higher power. The Almighty is. And there's only one Lord. And that's it. The Bible tells you to come out from among them. But you have to believe first.
And on
that is the only thing that will set you free.
And on that note,
you have to pick up the Bible for yourself and ask the Holy Spirit. Actually, seek for the true and living God, the true and living Spirit, because what you're seeking for is demonic, and it holds you captive to those demonic spirits. No. And on that note,
I was about to touch on what you had said earlier. Come out from among them. On that note, what Paul was speaking of are from all of the people in that era, that generation, that time. He's simply saying that there's a bunch of us who believe in one thing, and there's a bunch of us who believe in something else. Come out from among them, meaning come out from amongst the unbelievers, and be ye separated from them, those who don't believe the truth. So what we're looking at is a situation where we're trying to literally expose and open up the eyes of the people to see what's in front of you. Individuals that have fraudulently convinced and persuaded individuals throughout the organization to believe in something that's completely a lie. And we're seeing from all of the testimonies and the videos that we've had, individuals like our guest on tonight, is a witness, a living witness, that the foundation was completely false. And if the foundation was false, then everything that was built on the foundation cannot stand, to include Mr. Cunningham today, who said that there's nothing that any of the former bishops have done that he's ashamed of. If y'all recall, he said this about 2 months ago. He said, "We are not ashamed." And he made it a point to say that he's not ashamed of anything. And he leaned into this and he said it a few times. I'm not ashamed of nothing that they've done. Nothing that they've done. Now, mind you, Mr. Cunningham.
Nothing.
Right? He knows a lot more than you all know. He knows more than we know.
Mm-hmm.
And yet he says he's not ashamed of not a thing, including our guest tonight. He knows who this is.
He does. He knows they all know exactly who I am.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
They know, and they've known for years. And I've watched them follow me around the house. I've watched them gaze at me. You know, it's unnerving sometimes.
And yet, go ahead.
And I even asked one of my pastors. I said, "Can you tell me anything about grace?" He told me to ask another member. Now, I know you know because you came along with my mother, and my mother knows you very well. No, I knew you very well because she's no longer here. He's still here.
Mm.
The cover up is the cover up.
Mm. And with all of that in mind, nothing has been done. Nothing has, no attempt, no anything. What does that tell you about the leadership in the organization? So, for those of you who don't believe what it is that we're putting out, what we're allowing you to see, what we're allowing you to hear, what we're putting our time aside so that we can bring this content and individuals to you to share their story with you, it's not for entertainment purposes. It's not to spread rumors or gossip. It's literally to bring truth to the light so that it's no longer covered up. Her entire life was covered up. Other people around the country, their lives were covered up. We have individuals right now that's not in hiding, but they've been instructed to stay out of sight, and to include even Miss Madison's daughter. Um, why would they want all these things to be covered up? Because obviously things have been done in ways that go against the teachings of the word, and unfortunately for them, in ways that go against the laws of the land. So while we are steadily advancing towards the finish line, I want you all to understand that he's intentionally doing everything he can now to invite marching bands. They want to have parade everywhere. This has nothing to do with people saying, well, he wants to carry out Mr. Bailey's wish. This has got nothing to do with Mr. What president comes into an office and says, I want to do what my predecessor, he wasn't able to finish? This this is your administration. You're in the seat to make decisions and choices on behalf of the best interests of the organization. It has nothing to do with whoever was before you. But that's the excuse that they use instead of taking ownership of their decisions. Well, I'm doing what he did. I'm traveling, doing all this traveling. It's not because I want to. It's because the one I did, the one came in front of me, he set this up. Well, you have the authority to change it. But these are excuses for the people, for you to not hold him accountable. Well, I didn't. Hey, don't look at me. But you're in the seat today. So, all that aside, I'm saying that to say this, and I want you to understand also, Madonna, Miss Madonna, that um, we are greatly appreciative of what you've shared, of what you've done, and trying to make it a point for people to not only hear your story, but to understand your story. It's one thing to hear, but it's another thing to understand. And I want to share with you that this will not be taken a long time. There's people who don't believe anything is going to happen. There's people who don't believe that um, uh, we are going to make a difference at all, when the difference has been in front of you the entire time, everyone here. Um, so as we move into quote unquote convocation season, Mr. Cunningham is inviting all these bands because he has to build congregations. People are not coming out like they used to. Um, and I understand there was a number of buses in Baltimore. Okay, so be it. Um, there's still a handful of members who's not watching the videos or believing the information on the videos. Not a problem. But when the day comes that you start getting phone calls about things that are transpiring around the organization, do not um, say you were not warned. We've been warning the councilmen. We've been warning the pastors. We've been warning staff. We've been warning secretaries. And okay, so all that said, you now have heard testimony from one of the founders' children. You've heard about different people that's been abused by pastors and councilmen. Um, and so far, what's that word that they say at the end of the year in Charlotte on Mondays about pastors not going anywhere? Whenever they're not going to move a pastor and he's going to stay put. What does that say? Those two words?
No change.
No change.
No change.
Right? It's been no change. All these administrations, all the stuff that's wrong, all the stuff that's just horribly going wrong, and people complaining about what has happened to them, what's taken place with them. They're pleading to leaders, they're writing to leaders, they're calling on leaders. And the leader who calls himself a shepherd, the leader who calls himself the father of these people that he referred to as my dear children, is doing nothing for the child who's crying out to you for help. Nothing? What type of shepherd ignores a sheep who's crying out because they need help? Because there's a wolf inside the flock, only to find out there's several wolves. And when we look around and the shepherd's not doing anything, it's only because the shepherd themselves have turned out to be a wolf. And that's exactly what it seems like. There's a wolf in sheep's clothing sitting at the top, looking out for the wolves who's been ravishing the sheep. So we're not here to call names or humiliate or offend or attack. We're only here to share the truth with people and expose what's going on so that you can decide from there what you're going to do. As far as us, we're going to continue and we're going to cross the finish line and do exactly what needed to be done a long time ago. We're going to shut it down and clean this entire organization out. With that said, is there anything that you would like to say more to everyone before we get ready to close out? There's a few more comments if you want me to read those real quick.
Okay.
If the person, as Corrine says, is referring to the gate in the back, that is the entrance for, okay, I read that. Entrance for the maze going up and down the steps, which is telling, right? They don't want you to see the maze going up and down the steps in the back. Why? Because he shouldn't have been having those maids up there in the first place. Bine says, why is there an office behind the so-called mountain? That's there because the amount of time, the duration that he's going to be up on the platform, it's for him to go back there and do whatever with the money or to be able to take a break. The members can, go down, grab something to drink, use the restroom or what have you. That's for him to get his break and come right back out. But there's quite a bit that takes place back there in those offices too. B. Nelly says they mean the gate at the stairs at the porch. And I think that's correct. Larita says that's me. She never fit in. Talking about you earlier, how there's no place for you to fit in because people didn't understand you. Because of course, you were who you were and they all knew who you were except you. Binoli says, what about the churches, businesses he established in Egypt and Cuba? I'd like for more to be discovered about that, but I know it's a lot that is probably undocumented. I think they were all lies. I don't think there was a house of prayer or anything purchased by the house of prayer in Egypt. And I think the only thing that he purchased with the money from the house of prayer was the mansion in Cuba. I don't think at all for one instance that he was telling the truth when he talked about, people joining the house of prayer there in Cuba. Yeah.
I do think though that there might have been a chicken coop or something like that.
A who?
A chicken coop.
Okay.
There's an article, I'll find it, but it lists the things that were seized by the by Castro administration. So it listed a mansion, a chicken coop, where they produce eggs, and something else. I have to find that. So glad
Isn't
you
it
brought that up.
interesting that you'd have a chicken coop at a mansion?
Hmm. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Does that sound weird?
Yes.
It sounds
it
like
does.
witchcraft to me.
It does.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me too. Right.
It can't.
It
Yeah.
does.
Who's going to have a mansion with a chicken coop?
Hmm.
You just buy chicken
But
already.
definitely Google that too, B Nelly, because that is actually public knowledge. I found that myself just from Googling around. But just ask AI what properties were seized from Charles Manuel Grace during the Cuban Revolution, and it will give you a list of those things.
Mhm.
This is a lot, but that's what exposure does. And there's so much pertaining to this organization because there's been so much stuff going on behind closed doors. And that's where the members should be at least a little bit upset about, to know that there's all these secrets coming out into the open, um, that we knew nothing of. Ms. Crane says, when you sit in that seat, you go through a transition, one spirit to another, which is demonic. Um, and it certainly does seem like it. We've had several people with dreams, that have seen, you know, a lot of the leaders in different situations, um, that were common to other dreams that they had with these leaders. And a lot of these dreamers are seeing some of the same things, even to see the leaders either burning or in torment or suffering. Some I've even touched on here, where they've seen different things happening with Mr. Cunningham, um, meeting different entities under the cover of darkness, or suffering that he's going. People, again, if it's not right, it's wrong, period. If it's not wrong, it's right, period. And when you have individuals that are involved in things that blatantly go against the scripture, then it's quite simply wrong. And when we're saying that we are a God on earth, or the late model version of the Messiah, I mean, we have to accept the fact, whether or not we like it, that the truth is what it is that's going to benefit us, and not hearing and accepting and protecting lies. Um, Curtis Smith says, correct on Deacon Batts, but for a limited time he was at Camden. He was my stepdad. He took me to quite a few convocations. And Maddie Booker, my mother, uh, says, Golden Boy just said what the Lord showed me in a vision. When Grace got up and breathed in McCullough, then he could move. And what she's talking about is how
Wow.
his spirit he placed inside, or breathed into, the body of McCullough. Um, and there's been similar
Sheesh.
things like that that people have witnessed and seen. Like I said, people don't believe these things, but even the word tells us about these things. Also, we're dealing with familiar spirits, and this is what we saw with Mr. Madison when he sounded like, spoke like, acted like Mr. Grace on that New Year's night. He said, "You know who this is?" He said, "This is Addie Grace." You know, and some people say, "Oh, he was out of his mind." No, there's something spiritual
Not at
going on.
all. Not at
Right,
all out of his mind. It was the
mhm,
manifestation,
right.
real time. But the members of the House of Prayer, being unversed in that, went into a trance-like state rather than um, invoking the name of Jesus. At the name of Jesus, just at the mention of his name, a demon will tremble. But yeah, a real life manifestation of a ungodly entity.
And we're just not aware that we've been dealing with this stuff the whole time. and don't even start on the on the different experiences that people have had not at service, because that's when you run into some of the most weird stories. Um, Curtis Smith says Deacon Batts also drove for Bishop McCullough when he was in Philly. I didn't know that, um, but I remember Deacon Batts. Um, the beautiful Maria Lewis, my wife says, Sister Madonna, I'm so grateful for your testimony and words of truth. I'm so sorry for the suffering that you've had to endure throughout your life, but praise Father that He kept you.
Yes.
Goodbye,
Thank you.
mask.
Yes.
Mhm. It's coming, everyone. Coming soon to a UHOP near you. Uh, no mask. Um,
Amen.
there was a post on Facebook that I saw from a woman by the name of Yavi Smith that described a spiritual dream pertaining to the transference of demonic spirits in these bishops in the house of prayer. And yes, we actually covered that. Um, but yes, again, other people have had these dreams and people have had visions of what's going on in the house of prayer. All these people having these dreams about this organization, they're not calling each other and saying, listen, I got a plan. We need to trick people in the house of prayer. Yeah, this stuff is real. And out of the mouth of one, two, three, four, 40, 80, 100. How many people does it take before we begin to believe that these various testimonies are coming from a place who wants us to be warned about following men, and not just here, men around the world and other institutions too? We cannot replace the Father with anyone. And the way to the Father is in the Messiah. We cannot replace Him. But yet we have, some unknowingly and some after coming to the knowledge of, continued doing so. Well, now there's no more covering because we know. So thank you, B. Nelly, for sharing that. And we may revisit that again soon as well. Brother Perry says, I love y'all. We love you too, Doc. It's
Love you right back, brother.
I am the PR. This individual cracks me up and they know why. Says hi. I told y'all before, y'all going to be learning about that. Maddie Booker says the Hillies have a chicken coop in their mansions. The Hillies have a chicken coop.
Like the hillbillies, or like
Oh,
the hills have eyes. I'm not sure, mother.
I, I'm sure it's a
But the
typo.
hillbillies,
But
maybe.
yeah, Jed Clampett and Granny.
Right.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
that
Yep.
was a favorite show we used to watch. We used to crack up at them.
Yeah, I
The
used to love that
cement
show.
pond, talking about the pool. Um, Jamal says, great video. Quick question. Which location is better to visit for service when in DC? Alexandria, Virginia, or Southeast DC? Marshall Heights under Elder Delaney. I would say none.
Thank you.
Unless you're going to get, some evidence of what's going on behind closed doors. Um, there's people that assist in, sharing things that they see and witness and hear. Um, I haven't been able to listen to Mr. Cunningham's last several recordings, and I'm not getting as many as I used to because people, as soon as they get them now, they just discard them. A lot of people not even listening; they just don't even bother anymore. Um, but there's a few, and I tell people, no, don't phone with, send them to me.
They're
You sure
fed
you
up
sent?
though.
I'm sorry.
They're so fed up they don't even want it on their phones.
Yeah, some say they can't even stand his voice anymore, and some say, I love this
Hmm.
man. I thought he was going to turn things around. Come to find out, he this, that, and the other. And our aim is not to get anybody to hate. Our aim is not to get
Right.
anybody to dislike. Our aim is just to expose the corruption. We hope that they turn around.
You
Um,
know,
yeah.
I just spoke with a member that is devout. I mean, devout. And I had to explain to this member, I said, listen, let's just be in love with the bishop right now. Let's say we love him and we adore him and we find no fault. Fine and dandy. But let's tell this man of God to hire a CEO and let's just let him stay the bishop and let's do all of that so that we can deal with the CEO over here and then get everything straightened out and then we'll have a better understanding. And there was also a mediator on the phone that was talking with us and kind of broke it down to this individual like you have to understand that what Golden Boy is telling you is how business is actually run and that the house of prayer is intentionally not doing it the way that it should be done. That's the way that it seemed to the person that was speaking at the time. So I just want to kind of put it that way because even with this latest statement, I don't think the members understood that he was making that statement when he stopped the raffles as the CEO, which the MC brother Murray he even said it himself that this was the CEO speaking, not Addie, the savior, but the CEO. And it's very hard for members to differentiate between the two because everyone is so spiritual, super spiritual. All they hear, no matter whether you say CEO or not, all
Mhm.
we hear is Addie. So I just want to be very clear that we can say that if we need to say that, cool, let's keep the bishop, but what about the CEO?
Right.
What does that even look like, and is it even possible?
And when Golden Boy says this, MS Mint's on their platform, of course, they're saying this for everybody to understand. If that were the case, y'all do know that there would be changes. Um, However, we all know that he is gone as yesterday, right? The bishop is going to be gone, and everyone needs to come to grips with that. Um, our books says that he can only be judged by the Most High. There are people who are waiting to prove that wrong. Um, these things are not, again, being presented so that we can, make a point. The purpose in all of this is to get the members to understand that these people intentionally deceived, manipulated, and lied so that they can defraud not only us, not only the members, but including the public, including the government, including the IRS. The intent has been to deceive everyone and lie to everybody for one reason and one reason. Oh, I'm sorry, two. First, the reason that we talked about earlier, for them to gain power and influence over other people. But predominantly to make sure that not one single person gets a dime of the money of the organization unless they approve it. So the point is to not let any of this money coming in go out to anybody who needs anything. And the members have been duped into giving them this luxurious lifestyle while they sit in front of you and laugh at you
Yes,
and take
that
more.
part.
Go ahead.
'Cause that was one of the things my mother shared with me too. She said, like, when they, leave the hop and they go to, the mansion or whatever, then they make mockery of what people did and how that they were able to trick them.
Mhm.
And this is my last statement. When my son was about maybe 12, 13, he played on a band in Marshall Heights. And during Madison's reign, Memorial Day parade, he marched in the parade, and that was Madison's, first term. He said to me, "Ma, I'm not doing this no more. I'm not worshiping no man." And he never went back to the house of prayer again.
Mm.
Hallelujah.
Never. To this day.
When he come back to this place, he'll still be able to say that he's never come back to the house of prayer again, because this will not be the house of prayer as you all know it. Um, a place that was completely corrupt once it's cleaned up is not that same place.
Nope.
And unfortunately
Yeah.
for all of us, we've literally been um, tricked into living in a ant mound. It looks like a pyramid from the outside,
Mhm.
but it's nothing but dirt,
Mhm.
inside and out. And everything in this organization has been just that, dirt, um, from every single possible angle looking at it. So the name has been completely demolished and destroyed by
Mhm.
the leaders. They
Yep.
destroyed it. They've
Not the
dismantled.
members.
Right. And look at how he tries to make the members believe that we're trying to destroy the organization. No,
Hmm.
no. On paperwork, you can see Mr. Cunningham's signature on all this different paperwork
Come
behind
on.
closed doors. He know that y'all not going to believe us if he simply says they're lying. Don't listen. Don't pay no attention to it. And then people don't pay attention. Well, he said, but his signature is on documents where they're lying to governmental officials. If they lied to the government, what do you think about you?
Yes.
And he knows he doesn't have to prove nothing to the members of the House of Prayer. No, what I got to say is fine. Or I ain't got to show y'all a thing. Okay, well, don't show us anything. We're going to show you. And that's what's coming. So, members, buckle up your seatbelt because the takeoff is going to be quick. And everything following that is going to be smooth. So I know y'all said, well, you've been saying this for the long. Yes, we have. Um, but with all of these things, I just want to encourage uh, Miss Madonna here and all of the viewers, along with Miss Mintz and Golden Boy and the rest of um, the committee and everybody else to just hold out a little
Hmm.
teeny tiny while longer. While Mr. Cunningham continues to tell people to not believe anything, people talking, they just talk. Okay, well, we will see. Um, our Father does not like what's going on. And while they're just taking your money and continuing in all of this illegal activity, we're showing you the laws of the land. We're showing you evidence to these claims. We have real, live, living, breathing children of the founder telling you what he did to their mom. She's saying what he did to her mother. And people still, what? I don't believe it. Okay. Well,
They won't even believe your DNA test. Like they'll deny DNA, and but the courts won't deny it. And clearly, uh, it's obvious to me if brother Apostle Ronald Belton is your brother, then it seems to me that maybe the Grace family, maybe they've accepted you already. I don't know. But if
No,
you said no.
no, they don't know. They don't know anything about me. And
Wow.
during the Bailey's first Memorial Day parade, my father, Ronald tried to take me to a luncheon that they were having, but I've never wanted any parts of that. You know why? My
Hmm.
mother suffered.
Absolutely, I understand.
My mother suffered. She 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 was paranoid at times that somebody was going to try to kill her. When she got hit by a cab or a bus in New York, she thought they had something to do with it. Um, she always felt like somebody was coming in her apartment, moving things. Um,
Mm.
and she could very well have been right.
Hmm.
I just didn't know the extent to which they
They
were
were
going
willing to go.
to protect. And he was all with it. So that's all I have to say about my brother. And he's still with it. So
Mm.
Absolutely understood.
Well, fortunately, there's other children. Fortunately for you, unfortunately for the situation being what it is, that there's other children of his that are in the country, that will be delighted to meet you, as well as spend time with you, getting to know you as you get to know them. They have nothing to do with the foolishness. They want nothing to do with the foolishness. They're itching for this whole thing to be over. They're, quite frankly, looking forward to the finality of what it is that we're doing, so that they can be at peace with this entire thing. Until it is resolved, it's been something that they've been praying and meditating over. But I do know for certain that there's several that's going to be looking forward to meeting you and spending time getting to know you as you do them. In fact, now that we're talking about that, I'll, I have something in mind, that uh, I may be able to do some things by tomorrow to incorporate a few things. But I'll talk to you more about that afterwards.
okay. That would be great. Then I could say I have family.
Hmm.
That's a
And
blessing.
same thing for them, because many of them have been out there on their own, going through the same types of suffering, thinking that they were alone, believing that they were, and thinking that they were not desired or wanted by others. But for you all to be able to come together, how much of a blessing that would be for you all to be, in the knowledge of, as well as the company of, each other, knowing that now you do have siblings that you can just whatever with.
Mhm.
I'm in tears, Joseph.
Hmm. And this is the result of all this cover up. What you are hearing, what you are seeing.
It
When I
is.
talk about Miss Mintz, when I talk about Golden Boy, when I talk about others who've been through abuse and all types of things that should not happen to anybody, that did not ask for, did not want, did not desire, did not put themselves in a situation or position. Even children who went through horrific things, even children who are the product of horrific experiences that took place with their parents. It's not just mothers. Sometimes men went through things, and it's even harder for them, because as a man, how do you talk to anybody? As a man, how do you go to anybody? As a man, how do you tell anybody that you had people doing things to you, with your person, with your body, that you had no control over because you were 6 years old?
Mm.
You can't go to people, you can't talk to people. And the fact that we have people to this day actively covering this stuff up, and for members around the organization to support people who are covering these things up, again, the government calls them victims. We cannot be in our right mind to know that people had a hand in this and to tell ourselves, I'm okay with that person. I'm okay covering up, keep it covered, not talk about it. keep it right where it is. No, 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 no. We have to give an account for all the things that we come into the knowledge of, and we do not help when someone's in a position crying out for or calling for help. And here we are decades later. And even though from 12 years old to now being 66 years old, over 50 years later, in fact, now 70, here we are, and we're still dealing with the same nonsense, still things being covered up. And we can't argue that this not taking place because, again, we had the proof right there, a video of an evangelist made by the bishop, and the bishop did absolutely nothing about it. You have people that are talking about a relationship between a bishop and another male. You have people coming forward with evidence that they know about the past of certain people as well as the bishop himself. And people are turning their eyes away from these things. So again, the point is not for us to embarrass or humiliate people. The point is, if you're in a position over other people and you're trying so desperately hard to hold on to the position instead of doing what's right, we have black and white that says the bishop is supposed to be the example of the people. The bishop, you're sitting, I mean, everybody, we're going into a convocation season, holy convocation. He named this the year of atonement. Why? He's trying to sell the idea to you all that this is the year of forgiveness. We all need to be forgiven. Well, you're the biggest liar. And I mean that with all due respect, because you were the liar from day one and you've maintained the lie up until this day. And now you're trying to get the people to be involved in the cover up of you continuing to be a liar. And you're going to sit in a seat and pass judgment on other people. You want people to call you, your honor, supreme. You want people to call these men on council judge, whether it's a Mr. Howe or Mr. Gibbs or Mr. Commodore or Mr. whoever. These men are completely dirty, filthy, and corrupt from the core in following and supporting you with all of these lies and the things that they're putting out over the organization. But you are behind them and having them, with your full support, sit in a chair to judge and pass judgment on everybody else? How in the world is any of this scriptural or biblical for you to make the claim that you represent the Most High? So, since you have not done it on your own to do what's necessary to make all of this right, it looks like our Father is helping us to do it for you. So, with that in mind, we have a few more comments. Miss Madonna, it's just a few.
Okay.
Jamal says, great video, quick question, which, okay, we covered that. B. Mevdeman, thank you so much, Sister Madonna, for sharing your testimony, for its opening eyes and so many doors for others.
Thank you.
And Maddie says, I was there at 601 Elm Street when Grace spoke through Madison. I ran from the back of the building to the front to hear more. Oh my goodness. It was the year 2003. Yeah, that's what we did when we was indoctrinated. Golden Boy says, these leaders laugh at us while I find that this is no laughing matter. Exactly. They're laughing all the way. We used to say all the way to the bank, but we can't say that about these individuals. They're laughing all the way to the mansion because they're not taking the money to the bank. Jamal says, right? Jamal says, appreciate everything you do. And we showed you that the G-Class program is illegal. We showed you that the Daddy's Club program is money laundering. We showed you that to take the children across State lines is child trafficking, human trafficking. Child exploitation is in it. I mean, again, to have the maids fanning. Now, I keep saying this because, well, I'm gonna go ahead and let the cat out the bag. And Golden Boy, I'm gonna just throw them this bone. Okay.
I'm licking it.
The reason why we keep repeating the laws, what the laws say, especially about the maids fanning being a felony. This is a felony to have a little girl fan an adult who's the
Mhm.
CEO of a nonprofit organization, or just an adult, period, who's not their parent.
Mhm.
That's a felony.
Yes, it is. Oh my goodness.
We keep repeating it because the more we repeat it, the more of a legal problem it becomes for those who continue in that course of action. So to continue having these little girls fan you, you're digging a deeper hole for yourself when all of this stuff comes up.
Mhm.
You know, as well as we know, that you are soon to be facing these charges. But you keep telling people that nothing's going to happen. But you know, and I keep trying to get you to understand the more you lie, the worse it's going to be for you. Um, but I guess at this point, when people say, well, if you already have 100 years, then what's 500 more years?
Mhm.
Right. And that mindset with that arithmetic, I guess, people are right. Um,
Did Bailey say something along the lines that this organization wouldn't be around for another 100 years or something like that?
did who say that?
Bishop Bailey.
I didn't hear that.
Mhm. I kind of heard that floating around a few different conversations, but I had only um just started hearing that this week, so I was just curious.
It's a possibility. I haven't heard it, but I wouldn't be surprised if he did.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Now I see this next comment says, "I am the PR." Says he had a big payday today. Um, Absolutely. He had buses. Well, no, he didn't have them. The councilmen and the chairmans and the pastors are the ones pushing the people to do all the
Mm-hmm.
things that they're doing. And again, chairmans, councilmen, and pastors at this point have no words. Um, what he's facing is now what you're facing since you continue to do what you're doing. And again, y'all don't believe that what we're saying means a hill of beans. Okay, no problem. But you've been foretold, you've been warned. Um, it's unbelievable. Says, yep, it was late 90s, early 2000s when I seen it. Thank you for confirming because I didn't want to believe I saw it. Um, and that was Mr. Madison and Mr. Grace. Benelli says, do the Lord's work committee. Um, and I weep for a female gifted singer out of Charlotte. Won't mention her name, but she is gifted to touch the world with her special voice. But she is trapped because of her family and associations in the house of prayer.
Absolutely. And I know exactly who you're speaking of, but absolutely.
Uh, don't
Mhm.
weep too long because after a little while from now, they're going to be in a very good position.
Oh,
Um,
yes.
the family members are going to be free. Okay? So we want you all to understand as well. It's been a long time coming. You've been saying, but okay, but y'all don't understand. When we started writing letters 3.5 years ago, we started videos a year and a half ago. Um, we had committee members come on several months ago. We reached out to outside only a few months ago. We're talking about the end of January. And now there's something that has taken place that y'all don't know about only about 5 weeks ago. Mr. Cunningham, however, knows a lot more than he's letting on.
Mhm.
Um, but he's not letting you all know. So they know that trouble's coming for them. They know that liberty and freedom is coming for the members of the organization. So he's literally scurrying to do everything that he's doing. And that's why he's planning all these big things to keep y'all excited. So I'm going to say
But
this.
also,
Yeah.
that's why he still avoids Portal Drive because maybe, like I said, AI said it's probably just his conscience. But he won't go home, because if he did by chance cancel an event, um, they were potentially planning to have it at Portal Drive, and he would have had to have been there.
Well, yeah. Now they said, to their credit, Portal Drive's getting work done, right? It's under construction. But
Mhm.
2 years ago, when we got a video of him coming out to Marriott Hotel Memorial Day weekend, they said at that time, well, Portal Drive getting work done. It's under construction. Well, how long does it take? And then to be frank
Mhm.
with you, every time Portal Drive got work done under Mr. Bailey, it wasn't shut down. Every time Portal Drive was getting work done under Mr. Madison, it wasn't shut down. Every time Portal Drive got work done under Mr. McCullough, it wasn't shut down. And doesn't that seem kind of odd that every bishop is getting construction done at Portal Drive? Pay attention to
Mhm.
the signs, people. Every bishop is getting construction work done
Talk about it.
to Portal Drive. Hmm. Things to make you go,
Mhm.
right? And all this other travel around the country, Mr. Cunningham is not just attending services, everybody. Mr. Cunningham is busy, 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 busy as a bee. Um, and bees collect a whole lot of honey, except he's not collecting honey, he's collecting money. The question is,
Money, honey.
uh, where's all the money going? Okay. So,
Into construction work.
yeah, into, inside, around, underneath,
Mhm.
Mm.
right? So, but people don't worry about all this stuff. Y'all giving away too? Don't worry about all this stuff. We know what we're doing. Like Mr. Cunningham said, we know what we're doing. No, when he say we, he's not talking about the members. He talking about himself,
Right. And
uh,
his henchmen
right?
or cohorts or
Mm-hmm.
uh, you know, counterparts,
Those
associates.
included. Jamal says, "Was that Mr. Delaney you mentioned a while ago who went and hid behind the bus?" No, that was Mr. Commodore. Mr. Commodore. Um, in Virginia when I had the bullhorn. I said, he's coming across the street. Yeah, here we go, everybody. We got Mr. Commodore here. I called him at the time Apostle. I don't call them that no more. Um, yeah, Mr. Commodore, go ahead and tell him how y'all lying to the members around the organization and how the bishop is lying to everybody around the organization. He went literally and hid around a bus, hid around a bus. And the members saw the whole thing. And in fact, it's on the video. I got to go back and pull up that number. Um, Walked around the bus head, um,
Who
but
do tell?
yeah, Mr. Commodore, um, telling it says that's human trafficking. Yes, taking the children across state lines without parents' permission. And we just covered the tip of the iceberg. I am the PR says when you say your honor supreme, a supreme pizza comes to mind. uh, they're not talking about him, right? So why supreme? He wants you to see him. The bishops want you to see them as the biggest thing in here. Quite frankly, like Mr. Cunningham said, I am God on the earth with the little G. I'm the little G. Um, I know I'm going to comment on that, but what we're going to see, we'll see. Telling it says, so is he on the run? The answer is absolutely yes. Um, he's been on the run since the beginning of this year. Um, and like I said, he's been in DC for less than right around 3.5 weeks this entire year. Now, y'all know the bishop is always in DC when he's not traveling, but Mr. Cunningham has literally stayed on the road this entire time, and people don't know where he is. He's not staying in the mansion, the parsonages, and people who were around the parsonages, passing by the parsonages to see if he's there, are finding that no one is there. Um, so yeah, he's completely terrified. Um, and Golden Boy says, not on the run, not technically wanted, but he's worried as heck. And he says that's his opinion. So yeah, these are all our opinions. Um, and the proof is in the pudding, right? What's going on. So, with all that in mind, we are 100% grateful. We're thankful for Miss Madonna's time,
Absolutely.
her attention to detail, as
Mhm.
informative as she's been with her testimony. We want to extend the invitation also, as we've done with so many others, for you to come back anytime you wish. Um, We love you, and don't let anybody tell you that you don't have family, because all of us, those who are supporters of the truth and who are against what's going on in this organization, we're all your family. And
Thank
Absolutely.
you. Thank
absolutely,
you.
absolutely.
Thank
And I 100% mean that. Um, and feel free, like I said, other numbers to call. And I will be doing something that I touched on earlier, a little late this evening, but tomorrow,
Mhm.
and I'll touch base with you tomorrow um,
Okay.
to let you see exactly what I'm talking about. In the
Okay.
meantime, is there anything that you want to say before we close out, or Golden Boy, anything else you want to add or ask?
Well, I don't want to hold up the caller, but I did want to ask you if I could share on the screen what I text you that gives that side by side comparison and the match between what we do in Christianity um, and and using the repetition of the name of Daddy, and what it just goes over that, and then like how it takes us into like a trance state to invoke that spiritual lineage. And the only reason I bring it up is because I've gotten so many folks reaching out asking to see that literature again. So I actually brought it up on the screen. We don't even really have to go over it, but it would be nice if folks could just be able to like screenshot that.
Did you
And
already
then,
place it?
oh, it's already in here. Yes, it's already in here. I've been sharing it.
Okay, yeah,
Uh,
pull it up. I
uh,
did send it when you sent it to me. I did send to Miss Madonna.
Solid,
But yeah,
solid.
you want to go ahead and post it
Yeah, let me pull this back here.
so that the viewers will see exactly what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, sorry, just trying to get this comment out the way so they can read the full document.
Okay,
There's the first page there.
and let me go ahead and um, put this up on a full screen. Okay,
So, and you all can just kind of see it. Literally, just gives you the West African tradition and what we do in our church, how it aligns. So definitely screenshot that. I don't want to really read it because we would be here forever, but I do want to make it
Oh,
available to y'all to screenshot, you know what I mean? And then
yes.
here is the next one.
and y'all can even type in those links and go to them
Absolutely.
directly.
Yeah, once you screenshot it, you can click right on those links on your picture if you have an iPhone. You can click the link and it'll take you directly to the page to see um where this information is actually coming from. It's
That's
just going to
right.
give you a more detailed more insight as to, because this is just a summary here.
All you individuals that's
So
got a later iPhone than iPhone 3, you can click that link
yeah, 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 yeah,
on
indeed,
your picture
indeed, indeed,
and
indeed.
screenshot.
So that was pretty much it. I just wanted to make sure I was able to share that without us going down another rabbit hole. Lord have mercy. So
Oh, we appreciate it, and allowing everyone to have that additional information so they can actually read for themselves and see exactly what we were talking about earlier and how it connects and links to the
hmm
practice that we've been engulfed in within the organization. Um,
absolutely.
with that in mind, this is the kickoff Sunday. So, Mr. Cunningham is delighted to be in the 100th convocation season. We're also delighted to be in the 100th convocation season, but we're delighted for other reasons. This season will be a celebration, and you all will see exactly what we're talking about when we say that. So, Miss Madonna, is there anything
Yes.
else you'd like to add as we close out?
No, I just want to say thank you um, to everyone. And thank you, Joseph, for your support. Um, and thank you, members, for your comments. This has really been a pleasure to get it all out and
Mhm.
to be known and seen, even though you can't see me, but you can hear me. And to be connected with family. That means a lot to me. So
Absolutely.
thank you very much. Thank you very much. And thank you for the work that you've been doing over the years. And it's been a pleasure. Though we haven't met physically, I am grateful to your mother for connecting us those years back.
Yeah, she's a sweetheart. And she's always available as well.
Yeah.
She's excited for you, and especially to see where this is going and where this is ending up. And you all who's been here for the ride, you all will actually see for yourselves as well. And I guarantee you, on the very first day, um, let me say it. Let me say it this way: the very first day that announcements come out, um, you all will be delighted by what you see take place. That uh, we've been kind of preparing and we have in store um, for members of some of the members of the organization. And you will probably get upset at the fact that you didn't do whatever to support what we were doing. However, we know that our Heavenly Father, His timing is best, and this is not according to what we want, but according to what He wants. So, with all of that in mind, um, again, we appreciate you. We appreciate your time. We appreciate your sharing this time with us. And again, Miss Madonna, we appreciate you sharing as well. And Golden Boy, we appreciate you being here. The
My
lives of women,
pleasure.
thank you for your assistance tonight. That's Kareen, same thing. And the rest of you, we're grateful. My wife, thank you for your comments, jumping on. My mother, family and friends, others of you. Lastly, I know you heard your name, Phil out there, Philip, um, uh, talking about Saunders. Y'all heard her talk about Saunders. Um, I'll try to get up with you tomorrow so we can meet up over in North Carolina, and um, uh, I'll be over in Charlotte anyway. And I can put you onto a few more things that's going on over there. I know the house that you were looking at um, between Biddleville and Dallas. But anyway, uh, we'll finish that up tomorrow. Um, the rest of you, enjoy the rest of your evening, and we hope to see you in the next video. Have a good night, everybody.
Good
Good
night.
night.
Okey-doke.